Looks like we won't have a chamber report today, so we'll go ahead and get started and save us a little time. It'll get added in somewhere else, or we'll have a little bit more of a break before the regular meeting. But go ahead and start then. Our first item is just a reminder about committee assignments. And again, it's just raising the issue. There's no decisions here, but if either for what the mayor pro tempore does is the economic development and finance that are made up of council members only, and then the others that you've been on that are community advisory groups or other agencies like, you know, Annie's been doing Link. So that's the situation. I do know that there's a couple of both the Historical Society, we would like to find a new member for that, and also the Solid Waste Council. I believe the Solid Waste Council is only a quarterly, if I remember right. So it's not a huge commitment, but those are the two that we're still looking. And then if you're real interested in swapping, let me know. It's always good to, I recommend you stay on, if it's new to you, stay on at least a couple of years so that you don't, you know, we're not constant changeover and you got some continuity there. But anyway, Ann, you want to add anything?
No, I think that's pretty great. Other than as far as the mayor committee assignments, getting a list in front of people again for everything that we're going to be reconfirming or filling, I think would be helpful. There's quite a few of them, actually.
Yeah, quite a few. Okay. That's great. We'll go ahead then, and again, let's speak now, or we'll make the appointments next meeting. So speak up now if we need to see a change. Next is council policy procedures and rules. I think that is Andrea.
Like talking over there after okay, so in September, we talked about the council rules. Sorry that it's taking me so long to get back around to it. But anyway, I have highlighted all the areas that have made that changes were made. And most of these we had spoken about prior. So the first one is the new one that you guys added when we talked about this in September, that we would like all speakers to give their address. So then that way, you know where they're coming from, and that will impact essentially, you know, what they have to say. And then we have the oh yes, and then the 3 minute per person rule for, I know, per the mayor's choice. And we could just enact it when we're having a hot topic and there's a lot of people that want to talk, and limit them to 3 minutes. But we need to have it in writing, so if somebody decides to not be respectful or whatever, then we can shut them down after 3 minutes. Sorry, did not look through this before. And then abstentions, we talked about in September. I used what the city of Spokane used, and they don't allow for an abstention to happen during an ordinance, a grant, a revocation of franchise license, or a resolution for the payment of money. So since the mayor can't break a tie, it is complicated to abstain, because if you tie, then it goes and nothing gets done.
Did I read this correctly? If you do abstain because of valid reasons, and then it is a tie, then your abstinence is a yes
You
vote.
just don't feel that you have the knowledge to take a informed decision, that's valid. I probably should reword that, I guess, because it does kind of, because it says all that prior.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna have to reword that a little bit before. If that is true, if it's an ordinance and you don't have proper knowledge of it, you should be able to abstain from that, so I might have to.
Did I read in here somewhere that it basically, if it does come to a tie, then the abstained person's vote is deemed a yes vote?
No,
With majority,
With majority?
well, currently,
Well-
yes,
right?
but we're looking to change it so an abstention is just a no vote.
Okay.
Not a no vote, a non-vote.
No.
Yes, sorry, I said that before. But yeah, currently, if you abstain, it goes with the majority. So something would pass. So we can keep that as is. A former council member wanted to talk about that, so if you are happy with the current status quo, then that's fine as well. I can take all of this out. And then for attendance, this is a new one. We'd like to have it in writing. So, if you are going to be absent and you know ahead of time, please inform the mayor, Selby, and the mayor pro tem. That way, and if you want to include me, you're welcome to, but I'm not making that much of a because hopefully there's enough people that know that they'll come. And that's pretty much all that's different, so. You guys want to discuss the, abstentions more, or?
I'm okay with it being changed to being a non-vote rather than being a for vote in an abstention. I also like the addition of the fact that we can't abstain in a decision if it's for the passage of an ordinance, grant,
Right.
revocation of franchise or license, or any resolution for the payment of money. We can't have abstentions in those cases. Yeah.
So which trumps the other? Is it, if you have if you have a financial interest in the ordinance?
You
or
would
whatever-
have to,
Then you'd
Recuse
recuse,
yourself.
which is different than than an abstention.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah.
recuse yourself.
if you recuse yourself, then you, and it says in here already that you must leave. But then it would be a vote of 5 instead of, or excuse me, 6 instead of 7. So, I mean, and if it,
With the recusal, we don't have to have the same number of votes
right,
counted. So like, there's the possibility that our majority vote could be met with fewer than 4 votes because there's fewer people actually voting.
yeah. Yes, sure.
When Sherry was mayor,
Mhm.
whenever anything came up and somebody had, a problem with it, they had to completely leave the room, door shut, couldn't hear any conversation, couldn't hear the vote, came back in. But since Carl has been, we don't have to leave. I've
Right.
never left.
And it's actually in the rules that you are.
You are to leave.
Yeah.
If you
So
recuse
that actually
yourself,
is, and we will
Mhm.
enforce that.
Good, I like that better.
Is there anything else? Yes.
Why do they have to leave again if they recuse? Because it's public, I mean,
Because they don't want, you don't want that person who's recused themselves to have any influence over the vote in any way, shape, or form. So even body language could influence a vote.
So if
Generally,
it's
your,
like the pool, I gotta leave.
generally, your recusal is to eliminate any misuse of the appearance of fairness. And so you don't want to be party to the conversation and vote.
Anything else? Is everything okay as written, or do you want to make changes?
No, I'm happy with it.
yeah, I think it'll look good.
Troy is on now.
Comment on this or no?
Next time when we go to actually approve it, that would be where we'll come.
Yeah.
All right, so we're all good?
That's very good.
All right, so I'll move on to the next one because it's me again. So we are doing a city hall room rental policy. We've had it in place on the fee schedule for a year now, but there has been, inconsistencies with how it's been applied. So I wanted to have an actual written policy. So there would be no inconsistencies with it. So then that way, because like, for example, the Friends of the Library have reserved the council chambers, and that's perfectly great, and they paid for it and everything, it was fine. But because we didn't have anything in writing, there were a couple of instances where we needed to use the council chambers, and we had to tell them, sorry, you can't, and they were really upset about it. So if they can read this prior to reserving, it says explicitly in here that the city gets priority over any of our rooms. You know, we'll try to find them another suitable space, but if we can't, and we can refund their money or whatever. So that's not a big deal, but it puts me in a weird position when I'm trying to schedule things and I have to tell them, you know, okay, well, it costs you $25 an hour, and they're just like, well, you know, since when? And I have to show them the rate fee schedule, but I don't have anything to really back it up. So this will back it up. So what do you guys think about this?
Solid,
I think it's great. Thank you.
yeah.
I'm a little concerned about the public, our public having to pay for the room.
Well, a lot of it is, we were having a lot of abuse with using the room. And by paying for it, people tend not to want to be here if they can't have it for free to abuse it. So that's kind of why this all came into play.
What was the abuse?
People just coming in willy-nilly whenever they wanted to and renting it, and it was just making kind of a difficult situation to schedule it and stuff.
The wear and tear on our audiovisual equipment.
Yeah.
We realized that third parties had access to our server because they were logging onto our computer.
Right.
So our systems were vulnerable when outside entities were renting our room. So that's why in these room rental, they don't get to rent our laptop and audiovisual equipment. Just removing that possibility. We did create a guest login for the computer once we found out that people were getting access onto our server.
I guess I'm a member of a lot of community committees and don't see them doing anything
Well,
wrong, and most of them don't have money because they're raising money for the people that don't have
we
money.
do have the Leavenworth Fund that they can ask for money
Oh.
for room rental if they wanted to. That is an option for any nonprofit.
Now, would
But
that
we
only be for use of the here?
Yeah, and upstairs. But also, like, we had a couple weddings that were in here, and I'm like, okay, you gotta pay, but again, there wasn't an application, there wasn't a policy, so they were kind of like, and it felt really shady, and I didn't like it, because the guy just handed me cash, and I'm just like, okay, this is weird, but, you know, it went to the appropriate spot, but it really felt shady, and I didn't like it.
And last year, we had a group of 12 women show up, come upstairs. They said they had reserved a conference room for 12 through the library's website, and it was on the second floor. And I said, are you sure that wasn't Leavenworth, Kansas? And they said, oh, no, it was definitely Leavenworth, Washington. I pulled up the Leavenworth, Kansas library's application form. I said, does this look familiar? Yes, I think that's Leavenworth, Kansas. We did move them down here and let them use the room, but in the future, we would be able to show them, here's an application, you can pay. So
Anyway, it's just to make things consistent and easy for everybody. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I guess my partner is with nonprofits that are working for this community.
And their rate is 25, and if you'd like, we can just make it $25 like for the day. You know, they can be here, but we need them to pay something because everyone else has to pay. So
It's wear and tear, it's cleaning.
yeah, for wear and tear.
Their meetings don't last more than 2 hours.
Yeah,
They're not gonna be here all day.
I mean, if you want me to adjust that, I'm happy to,
I would like to
if
see it
everyone else can
adjusted.
agree with that.
I would like to see it adjusted for nonprofits in the city limits.
I think Sharon's got a point as far as the session for the day. Yeah,
What's been the experience as far as like, so do they get a key from you?
No, I unlocked
Your
that.
lock-
Yeah.
So they're using your time.
Which is why we increased the hourly rate for after hours.
Yeah, because if I have to stay until 7 o'clock or whatever, then that's
yeah.
extra time that I have. to take.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's $50 an hour after 5 and before 8.
Do you have any requests like that before 8 and after 5?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's lots of evening time people that
Oh.
want to comment.
Okay, so that is an issue.
And you personally have to stay if somebody rents the room.
I do, because I don't feel comfortable with them, and I have to make sure that the room's locked up.
Yep.
Appropriately, so yeah, I get out.
Wow.
For nonprofits and other government entities, what about $25 per rental?
That's what Sharon.
And $50 per rental if it's after hours instead of but for the hour, and then just leave it at 50 and 100 for private events per hour.
Yeah, we can do that.
That's what we figured.
Yeah, yep, that sounds good.
I like that we're charging something and have a form that they fill out, written expectations. I think that'll be beneficial.
All right.
All right, so I'll make those changes and this will come back to you next meeting.
Great,
Thanks, Andrea.
appreciate it. Thank you, Andrea.
Troy's here, yep.
Oh,
Let Troy talk to us.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
Yes.
Troy.
All right. All right. Thank you guys. Sorry for being late. I was racing here. Okay. Oops, let me change this. Okay, should be sharing a screen now. Keep this brief because since the last time we met, it's been, all of December, just kicking into January here. But this was Christmas Town, how it looked in December. It's all gone now. And all cleaned up and ready for the walkers to return. Sharon, thank you for the nice email about Ernest. Appreciate that. Pedestrian traffic Thanksgiving to New Year's Day. So we did really great this year with the midweek business, and we had a lot of retailers share that reflected in their sales as well. We had one day, this Tuesday, we had that snow event that kind of made the chart look a little uglier than I had hoped, but that was our only real bum day. We ended the year really strong. We had really great feedback at the Action After Report meeting with all the players helping with the traffic. They did an amazing job. I think the flaggers were the big heroes of the December holiday season, really helping out and helping people navigate the roads and do it in a courteous way. So really feeling good about that. We've got, want to talk about overall, this is the entire year mapped out. The red was 2024. So we really did finish the year on a high note, hitting some good numbers on the pedestrian counts downtown. And this is, when you look at, none of this really makes, knowing the scale is what's going to help here. So when you can see that we're between 80,000 and 100,000 footfalls a day that are counted, that's hitting this very big weekends in the summer, topping out, and then our October and December dates. We always talk about the good days, but we never talk about the horrible ones. And these are the real stinkers. These are February. We're in it right now. But looking at context is what I'm just giving you. When I talk about 80,000, 100,000 footfalls, context is the worst day ever in 2024 was January 31st with 5,216 footfalls. And then looking at this year, already rolling out of the gate, January is looking really good. We haven't had any severe weather events. So our traffic downtown has been pretty good. This first spike is New Year's Day. New Year's weekend and then this past weekend. So we still have the holiday weekend to hit. We've had some really good numbers in that. And then one other announcement I wanted to share with you guys, kind of mentioned it before, but it wasn't set in stone. We've not made the official public announcement, and we won't until we have some renderings that match that go with the announcement. But we did sign a lease. The Chamber of Commerce signed a lease at 645 Front Street, which is this building right here. And this whole front first floor that was the intro stem will become our new welcome center.
You're not
and we
gonna
will
go
have
out and
welcome-
chase people down, are you? No.
Yes, they left
Yeah.
some facial peel masks in there, so we will be offering visitor services, talking about the Bavarian theme and offering facial peels. But we will, just kind of separate, and this will be the front-facing welcome center, and we will keep our administrative offices at our current site, but we'll be working on updating this and making this the original Tannenbaum gift shop of Bob and Ted into something really special and really nice for our visitors to enjoy and pop into, and puts us right in the heat of the action. So other than that, that is what I have to share with you guys tonight.
Troy, do you know what's going on with the old glockenspiel?
In which
Yeah,
I do know
but,
it was somebody was in there repairing and working on it today.
Yeah, I just didn't know where they were at because it quit. Part of it was the cold weather. I didn't know I just didn't know where they were gonna be able to bring it back, but just a curiosity.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think so. Yeah, they were up there today. I wasn't sure what they were doing, but I clocked them up there today working on it some more.
Okay. Fair enough.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right. Next, we've got our enterprise fleet.
About 10 minutes early.
Is she here? No, do you have a speaker?
Oh, is there someone attending?
She's not here yet. She
No.
was scheduled for
She-
6:10.
6:10,
I think I told her
she's gonna be
6:20.
on time.
That was her previous time. I wonder if they sent her the invite for.
Well, as soon as we have her, they drilled down. They found it. 350 was involved, more than that.
Oh.
Why, but all these things, so it's all new. Crazy.
That's what I thought.
So the people in at the one conference last year.
Hoping it'd be there.
It was with Sylvia and they were talking, this was coming up, it was like.
She scheduled for 6:20.
Pretty dialed. 6:20.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And they give us so much value for them because they know that. They know exactly how much they're gonna get. If you come a year, they could even. You didn't get that. We get it on to her. It's all dialed, right?
She's not one of the
I'm
two
trying to
sales reps.
find her name because Cody and Joe, it's
Yeah,
not either of them.
Oh, it's not there for Cody or Joe. Obviously, it's a her. Oh.
Thank you for
Yeah.
making.
Somebody's thinking about it. It's just-
I'm not gonna check my email.
Squeezing in this.
Yeah.
Why was
Sent an email
Can I take
to
this?
you to remind them.
Excuse me.
Oh, wait.
Where'd you find that? What? On the table? The actual civil notes? I got.
His name
Oh,
is
yeah.
Christian. Christian.
There we go.
ANGAMES.
So unique.
Ang-
Always, yeah, always
Not
something.
sure how to pronounce that.
Amazingly efficient doing the tours. She and I did all of the tours with the wastewater, all those facilities. People, they're responsible for the.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Something else that's burning.
There's something we can slip in there. Oh, that, but this was our last. The depot, the shed.
One, so-
How come you're not down there?
Huh?
Gotta work out some.
We haven't
joined them.
Oh, we have to join them with their.
That's one thing I was curious about.
You have to go with their program.
And then they would show, these are showing all the ones that use enterprise.
If you want to.
system.
And what is the enterprise system?
Instead of purchasing, we lease them through enterprise and they just take over the.
Actually, what it is we do buy it.
Oh, yeah.
So it's fleet management, because they're a huge company that buys.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, so tires.
You know, from seven, so they do that because they buy so many things. Yeah, because we're a government. So.
I'm just gonna get 10,000, yeah.
Sell the vehicles. So we buy them at the discount.
You did?
Yeah, like.
Just about ready to get those.
I found out.
Put a rotation, then we would go.
That's great.
We buy something.
You just retired.
15 years.
Did he tell you that?
So I guess in some ways for our staff, so it's a 3 to 5 year.
I thought that was.
It's gonna save.
What was he getting done with?
It saves a ton. It saves about 20.
Kind of late for winter tires.
Because we're selling them.
That happened 16.5 inch. So I'm like, actually,
My tires rotated.
I don't like it, actually, I'm not saying.
But I know, but I mean, how much are we paying them? Are we paying a monthly, yearly?
Oh, no, that's,
What island are
I knew I already.
Hawaii?
that's a good question.
Yeah.
But what I remember, is that I was.
I was like, I'm not using these rooms.
No.
Are you doing that?
Long time ago.
Oh, this is.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Find out when you're teacher and I want to.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, go ahead and.
No, when your back is not right.
Sorry, you're not sorry.
Oh.
Think back on it.
Did I hear that?
No, you didn't.
word?
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry.
Did I hear that?
Mayor and his apology, John.
He will be rich.
That's what we want. We want to take a trip.
I'll find everything.
You're building your affordable housing.
Yeah, there you go.
No, what's
Put it into the fund.
I'm so sorry.
We need a funding stream.
Sorry.
I found a funding stream.
It's just. Airplanes, they take them. Yeah.
I can't believe I forgot to join sessions and take that.
All right. Started.
It's already started.
Really fun.
Call the meeting of Leavenworth City Council for January 14th to order. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Jane, you want to start us off?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Sharon Waters.
Clint Strand,
Ann Hesper.
Zeke Reister,
Shane Thayer.
Travis McMaster.
Frank Bedard. All present, great. We've got a consent agenda. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved by Shane, seconded by Aaron. Question? All in favor, let me see your hands. Passes unanimously. We'll move on to comments from the public on items not on the agenda. Again, if you've got items on the agenda, we'll address them at that time, but if anybody's got something, are there any online?
No hands raised online, sir.
All right, anybody out there? I'm not seeing any. So we will move on. We've got a presentation from our Cascade School District, Tracy and Brenda. You want to come up and
Mayor, I've done this before, but I can't remember if I can move around. It's still. My notes a little.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. so-
Camera's up there.
Here's your.
there's the camera up there that's gonna get you no matter where you go.
Okay, all right. All right, well, good evening, everybody. I know many of you, but not everybody. For those of you who I do not know, thank you. My name is Tracy Udo, I'm superintendent of Cascade School District. I'm also a resident of the city of Leavenworth, so therefore a taxpayer and voter myself. This is a great opportunity for me to introduce Brenda Grabsky. She's the Director of Business and Finance. For those of you who know Dwight Remick, she replaced him upon his retirement. And she is actually local. She resides in Shasta. So we were lucky to get her from Quincy. But she lives in Shasta, so it's nice to work for her home district. I'm speaking for her. Yeah. She'll get to speak for herself, so, thank you very much. Sylvie had allowed us to do kind of a combined presentation. Normally I come to the city in the fall and talk a little bit about the previous school year. So I'm gonna try to do a little bit of a year in review before kind of transitioning into the upcoming levies. Because it's January, I tried to modify that to be more of a year of 2024. But because I think in school years rather than calendar years, I may kind of drift off into the 23-24 school year a little bit. So please be patient with me on that. But if it's here, I think it's pertinent. But let me just talk a little bit about 2024. So. And you're welcome to use that over too. It's something. Okay, well, I have a broken wrist. Okay, just reflecting a little bit on 2024. 2024 was, like I say, a great year for kids and for bears. Which the last time I came to city council, we were talking about bears, so I just think bears keep coming up, so. And of course with Kodiak's, how are they not? So I'll start off with being bear wise. I think our school district is very happy to be a bear wise school district. We know that we used to be the #1 problem for bears inside the city of Leavenworth, and now we had a whole lot of waste, and we were right next to Rattlesnake Hill. So it's been really fantastic to partner with the city and to partner with Winton Manufacturing to be able to compost, but in a way that's safe for bears. We don't really have a lot of bear trouble with our trash anymore, that we have the bear safe garbage containers. And so thank you for supporting us in that, and thank you for supporting our local bears. Just going back to that for a second, I think we're the only school district to be bear wise. I never heard of another one. And I know that's a unique thing about our area, but I think one thing we love about being here is the wildlife. The Kodiak Cubs, for those of you who are not aware, is actually a demonstration site for the state of Washington, as an inclusionary practices demonstration site, in that it's our preschool where we have students with special needs and also students who don't have special needs, but they're still 3 or 4, all kind of learning and growing together. And it's a really special program that people from all over Washington come to see. And so I believe now they're in their 50th year of being a demonstration site for the state of Washington. So it's very exciting to have people come and see what we're doing and maybe learn a little bit along the way. We also have a low water demonstration garden that we've been able to put in place in partnership with Chelan County, the Natural Resources Department, I believe, where the students got to design the garden and work with the Chelan County and plant the garden. And it's really been expanding very nicely. So we're very proud about that demonstration garden. Here the kiddos are planting. We had a backpacking trip, and this was very special because we had some students who were kind of struggling academically, but they had this opportunity to have this leadership opportunity to go backpacking and be proud of themselves, and also be proud of themselves as learners. And it was just very successful and also very special. So I just wanted to highlight that. This was an idea of our teachers. Wellington, we had students do this whole big study to learn about the history of Wellington, and then they got to go take a field trip up there and really see what happened up in Wellington. So that was very special. Last year, we were the Field STEM District of the Year for the state of Washington, and what that means, the acronym STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, but the field in front of that means taking STEM outside. So what does it look like when we think about STEM education, but it's outside, place-based, locally relevant? So how do we get kids to be thinking like that when thinking about it outdoors? And that connects into one of the core values of our school district that we really learned when we were doing strategic planning way back in 2020. The school district was selected to be awarded distinction for the state of Washington. That's been now 3 years in a row. They were small district board of the year and also then board of distinction. So really proud of the school board for that. I want to explain what that means just a little bit. What that means is that the school board has a set of standards that they are held accountable to. So when they are a board of distinction, it means that they met the standards that are state level standards, and were able to demonstrate that with evidence, so that the Washington State School Directors Association can say, yes, you made the standard for what you're supposed to do as a school board, and we can celebrate that. We have this tradition now, the holiday shop and go. Last year, we had a social worker, Alicia Gonzalez. This year, we have a social worker intern in partnership with Cascade Medical Center, where and also supported via Les Schwab, Upper Valley Med, various organizations where we get lots of presents and toys and the culinary kiddos make cookies, and it's this big thing. And what's exciting is that students who might not be able to afford to buy presents can go get presents. Families can get presents that can be surprises, as well as students can pick presents that aren't surprises. So it's a way for everyone to feel the holiday spirit, whether or not they can afford it. Last year, this was a really exciting thing. We received a grant for, it's called an anatomage table. And what it was an $80,000 grant. What it is it stores actual cadavers, actual cadaver pictures in it, where you can do cross sections and you can learn everything about these cadavers. So it's like taking a human anatomy and physiology course to really get in there and truly learn about what's inside a human being. They can find out, what were their medical issues, which is why they became cadavers, but also just regularly the skeleton, the cardiovascular, all the things you want to learn, they can learn here. And it's very, very special for a rural school district to have an anatomage table like this. So we're pretty excited to have it. Gambit, we had a partnership with the Justice. I always get it wrong, but the jail basically down in Wenatchee, which is different from the Shoreline County Sheriff's, I've been informed. To have our little Gambit, our drug dog here, who can do sweeps sometimes. As any high school, we don't want to have inappropriate substances in our schools, and Gambit helps do sweeps once in a while. But he's super cute. We also released a new app last year, so you can all download the app if you would like to. You can look at us on the App Store. Anyway, we like our new app because we can actually put out little alerts and things like that. You're like, yeah, that's what an app is. But it was cool for us. So take a look at our app. Discovery School, as many of you know, is over at the fish hatchery, and they get to do great things in partnership with the fish hatchery, but also they raise some pigs, and then they learn all about raising them, and then they end up butchering them. And this was Princess Cauliflower and Bucket last year, and they did a great job taking care of the pigs and ultimately butchering them and learning all about that process. And they have more pigs now over at Discovery. It's a great learning experience for the kids.
Is that a 1-year life cycle for the pig?
It is. Yeah, great question.
Are the kids butchering the pigs?
Last year we conducted a bunch of audits, so I just thought I would just talk about that a little bit. We did a payroll audit, a special education audit, financial statements audit, ESSER audit. ESSER is the fund that the federal government gave to schools to support us during COVID. So we did an ESSER audit, an accountability audit. So we did a lot of audits to make sure that we're being responsible with taxpayer resources and with the resources that we are allocated. We did not have any findings. I guess I'll just say that out loud. Even though you all probably know that, and I'll talk about that a little bit later, things were tighter than expected last year, but we did not have any findings. We just had a tight belt. We have these career and college fairs. So here are some examples. We've had them at the various grades. So this one's at Alpine Lakes. This one's at the high school. And over here we have, I think that one was at PB. It's been really fun to have students really thinking about college and careers from the youngest age forward. And I really love seeing the high school students come down to PD. For example, our high school fire science students who are talking to our littles about what that's like. But also we're very grateful to all the community members who support our students in thinking about their futures. Last year we had parenting classes. We received a grant to support that. And that was really exciting. And that was really spearheaded by one of our school counselors and our preschool teacher. You probably all know that the Kodiaks were 3rd in state last year, so we were very, very proud of the Kodiaks. Our athletic program, I think we've been kind of growing. We had a dip during COVID. And but now Tim Barnes is our athletic director, and we have some really great coaches. So it's been fun to see the resurgence in athletics. Last year, we ended up going to state in one way or the other with cross country and wrestling and soccer, obviously, and golf and track. And this year, I don't know how it's all been planned, but our girls soccer team's doing very well. We have some students in wrestling who are state qualifying, and I am happy that our boys soccer team is, there's a lot of enthusiasm about it. So I think things are looking good for athletics. We did Dia del Nino last year for the first time. That was very exciting. It was at Alpine Lake, so really great celebration. We are obviously a district that's very strong in the arts, and that's another one of our core values is artful creativity. So here are some different examples of the arts in the school district, from photography, where students can also get college credit. And this is, I think, middle school art, I might be wrong. And then here's our band. We also have a partnership with High School Creek Center for the Arts to have art instruction in the elementary schools, and that's a really special partnership with them, and they are also supporting middle school art this year. I already talked a little bit about athletics, but here are some things that we were excited about. Our knowledgeable team is very strong. Last year they won the regional championship. We had a plant sale. I think many of you have seen our greenhouse. Our greenhouse took a lot of work to put together. We're very proud of it. It had to be specially designed for our snow load, but it's pretty exciting to see plants growing. The Urban Space Project, this is one of my favorite things we have. We have a partnership with Blue Origin, and they work with our 7th graders every year where they design a problem that students need to solve, and students interview for different parts of the team. And then they go and they make these presentations to actual people from Blue Origin, so it's very, very exciting. We have jogathons have come back after COVID, so jogathons at Alpine Lakes and PD. So those are always very fun. So thanks for all of you who come out for those. I'm very proud again of our fire science program. So last year, all of our cadets earned their red cards, and 5 out of 10 cadets were even hired in the summertime for the Forest Service. So that's a great partnership. So very grateful for the fire department. Outdoor learning spaces, as part of our goal around outdoor learning, we've had to think about what does it mean to have that as a core value, and what do we want to do? And we've been trying to create outdoor learning spaces at all of our schools. So we started down at PD in Kiwanis Park, where we got a grant for an outdoor classroom. Then we received a grant for this outdoor learning space at ERMS. Also, we have that garden I told you about at ERMS in partnership with Chelan County. And then most recently, also thank you to the City of Leavenworth and other partners for helping, such as Evergreen Mountain Bike Alliance, for building an accessible trail up Rattlesnake Hill. And if you have not been up there, I really recommend going outside of school hours, of course, but it's phenomenal and has an amazing view at the top, and would be great for even visitors to come to outside school hours. But we did have a financial challenge last year, as everyone here knows. We knew it would be tight. So we, even at the start of the school year last year, predicted a tight belt, but it really ended up being a very, very tight belt. And there's a lot of reasons for that. You can always go back in time, but a piece of what happened was that our budget process has certain timeframes that you all might have as well. And so when things come past budget adoption, then you don't have as much room to navigate that until the following school year. So for us, I'll give you an example. Our insurance company had quoted a 30% increase. We had the 30% increase budgeted, but when they sent us the bill, it was a 45% increase. And that was just really very unexpected. The school resource officer, similarly, we had budgeted an increase, but it wasn't as much as the increase really was. Special education, you never know, what the students' needs are going to be, so we had some surprise needs that we had budgeted for needs. But we had other needs come that we were unaware were going to show up, but we still need to serve the kids. So there were a bunch, it was kind of a perfect storm of unexpected things. And we had obviously heard about what everyone called the ESSER cliff, which is when the federal funding would run out after COVID, and we had thought we had embedded everything we needed to embed to prepare for that, but a cliff is a cliff is a cliff. And so we, in retrospect, didn't, and we didn't know that the inflation was going to be as high as it was. So we spent the year course correcting, and then what we ended up having to do was really to right size our staffing compared to student numbers, because we are a service organization. So almost all of our funding goes into personnel. So you have to have the personnel that aligns with the number of students you have. And that just is what it is. But it's very difficult to do. We live in a small town, and we like what we like. So it was challenging. So it was a difficult decision for Brenda and me. Brenda had just walked in the door from Quincy, driven up the street from Shaston, looking at the beautiful mountains, and was like, oh wow, we got this bill for the insurance. It's $120,000 more than budgeted. Wow, yeah, that's a rough thing to do for someone walking in the door. So I have to give her credit for, she's still here, y'all. So it was a challenging time, but what Brenda and I decided to do, some will say was good, some will say was bad, some will say both. But we decided to tell people that we were tighter than expected, and we would need to watch extra hours, and we would need to watch overtime, and we would need to pay attention to things we were buying, and we would need to be really careful. So the good thing about it was that we could problem solve together. The bad thing about it was it created uncertainty for longer, because people didn't know in January what we would decide in April. And that was very hard for our staff. I want to be very honest about that. And because sometimes people would hear what was happening in other districts across the state and think it would be just as bad here, or maybe worse. And it was never as bad as that, but that was the fear. So that was the negative, because there was a lot of concern and nobody really knew what the final decisions were going to be. What ended up happening staff-wise was we ended up having a reduction in force or a RIF of 3 people. I think the fear was that it would be 30 people, and it was 3. And 3 is a lot in a small town, so I don't want to minimize that for those 3 people. But I also want to acknowledge that there was worry that it would be worse, but it was 3. But what it did require us to do was a reorganization, essentially. So, maybe somebody's teaching something this year that they weren't teaching last year, and even reorganizations, even when people keep their jobs, can feel stressful. So there was that stress, and I do want to acknowledge that. Now, the positive side to kind of being open about it was that we were able to do some problem solving. So one of them had to do with choir. We were kind of in a tough spot, because when you only have so many students, then you have to have the number of personnel to go along with the number of students. And when our choir teacher resigned, I didn't ask her to resign. I want that to be clear. That was a surprise. I didn't know she was going to resign. But she was 26 years old and wanted to go over the hill. And it's kind of like, well, do I replace the position, or do I let someone else go? That's just a really tough thing to do. And so we kind of were like, we're not really sure how to handle this, because we wanted to keep as many people employed as possible. So what ended up happening is the community came together. And so for anyone who contributed to the Cascade Crescendo Park campaign, thank you very much, because the community said, "Park matters to us. We want to figure it out." And so we worked on it together. And because we said it out loud early enough, we were able to do that. And we do have choir right now, and we are going to have choir next year. So thank you to the community for that. So Mr. Wall is the middle school choir teacher. Mrs. Wall is doing American Sign Language and choir at this. But that was an amazing community endeavor, and like this concert, was anyone there? Anyone here in the room there? I would say, yeah. Honestly, it was one of the most heartwarming things I've experienced. It was beautiful. So last year, what was great, we had our sixth grade camp is another one of our traditions. And one thing I really love about our sixth grade camp is that it's very accessible. And we really work hard to make sure that all of our kiddos can participate, even to sending our school nurse there for kiddos who have medical concerns. And it's just a special thing our sixth grade teachers do. For our state assessment scores, as a rule, we exceed the state average in English and math. We had a little blip that for known issues in one spot, but we've done pretty well on the smarter balance. So great news for that. I do want to, I have breaking news that I'll give after this slide. ERGS actually received state recognition for academic growth in students with disabilities. And I'm just going to go ahead and give breaking news, but Taylor, we don't have the logos yet, but we just found out that the U.S. News and World Report just named Alpine Lakes Elementary School as one of the best elementary schools in Washington State, and ERGS is one of the best middle schools in Washington State.
Wow.
So yeah, so congratulations. Really proud. Oh, also niche.com has said that we're the #1 school district in the Inchline County. You know, we won't mention the #2 one.
I thought how you hit him.
But anyway, that's always fun, because that kind of thing is community members coming out and giving their perspective, and also test scores and also the livability. So what you all do as city council members matters for that too. One of my favorite things that we do is at Beaver Valley, they have their trail cam project. Have any of you looked at their videos? They're so great. They go out and they get the videos of the animals in our area, and it's pretty fantastic. This last year, they put out one about babies and one about adults. So if you haven't seen them, please check them out. Of course, we have our graduation class of 2024. We like to also celebrate Mr. Davies, who graduated after, what do you say, 39 years of high school. We also had kindergarten graduation, which was super special because our kinders got to go see our high school graduates, so that was very special. And we also had, I just talked about Phil. And also we had 8th grade transition, which is super fun too, and very middle school appropriate. We had our Technology Student Association competed in nationals, and one of our students, Mia, actually won first in the nation for children's stories. I already mentioned Rattlesnake Hill Trail. That was a bunch of different entities working together to make that happen, and I'm super excited about it because it gives an accessible way for students to get to what is pretty close to a natural classroom at the top of the hill. And also for them to enjoy the up and the down. Before it was kind of an ankle breaker and always made me very concerned, but I feel like it's very safe now as well as before. We did receive grants last year for the Lions Club Foundation, so I need to give them credit. For a student leadership camp, and also, I didn't put a slide in, but also for a leadership camp for principals. So here's some of the process improvements that they put in place this school year, from associated student body attendance, cash handling, monitoring and cash flow, direct deposits. All sounds kind of financial, right?
special education, technology, financial health. So we learned a lot. I think sometimes when you go through something tough, all you can do is learn. And we learned a lot. One thing to celebrate this school year is that we have free meals for everyone at Shasta Elementary School and Alpine Lakes Elementary School. That has to do with the number of students who receive free and reduced lunch. But it's pretty great because every kid, whether or not they qualify for free and reduced lunch, gets free meals at both elementary schools this year. Last year, it was only Alpine Lakes, but PD qualified this year as well. This year, like I said, Icicle Creek Center for the Arts is helping sponsor art at the elementary level and middle school this year. So we are very grateful to them. We have a new partnership with ESD, stands for Educational Service District. 112, they do a lot of special education. So Christy Thurston moved out here from Coosac. And so she's new in town. So if you see her, here's her face giant on the screen. Please welcome her to town because she's brand new in the area. Levies, we're going to talk about that in a minute. But the last levies we ran were in 2021. And so we do have replacement levies on the ballot on February 11th. We just received a designation as a soil-friendly school district from Winton. And also PD, Alpine Lakes, Herbs, and the high school received soil-friendly school designations. I think it's the first of its kind. It's kind of fun because we do compost K-12, and really it depends on the way you name preschool, but transition in kindergarten up to grade 12. And I'm pretty excited about that. Eric Teagle. He was a STEM champion finalist for North Central Washington, so congratulations to Eric. He does a lot at Beaver Valley and also with robotics. And two of our students, Caroline and Cruz, they're Washington State nominees for the U.S. Presidential Scholar Program. That's a really big deal. So congratulations to our students. And another huge thing that's kind of in the ether that we're talking about is phone-free schools. What are we going to do about phones? They're very distracting. There are a lot of alerts that come in all the time that are really hard to navigate during class. And our parent groups watched these screenings movies last year and learned a lot about the negative effects of phones on kids. So once you learn it, then you have to think, well, what are we going to do about it? There's a lot of debate going on around the nation and the state about what does that look like. There's been a very active parent group working on this. There was a group of us who got to go see a phone-free school district. We went to Mercer Island School District earlier this year, and the board is now putting in place a policy for the start of next school year that inside the walls and inside, from bell to bell, inside the walls, we'll have phones in backpacks next school year. That's the current plan. So my belief, just to end with this for my part, is that we as a community have talents and abilities that positively impact students, families, and our communities now and in the future. And I hope you felt that during the presentation, that this community is amazing, and what we do for kids is just exponentially increased because of our partnerships with everyone here and everyone who's listening and all of the organizations in the area. I feel like we are a part of the community, but we are vastly improved because of the community. So I want to thank you for what you do to support our students. Their childhoods matter today. You know, it matters to be a kid and to have a great childhood, and then it matters what we need class. So have a great 2025. I think Andrea is going to pull up the website. Is that right? And I'm going to turn it over to Brenda, unless anyone has questions for me now before I turn it over. Okay.
Thank you. So what I would like to do, is walk you through our levy website page, because that's where you can find the absolute most information and the student can ask questions, and it is better than any PowerPoint I could put together. And then also I will encourage you, if you don't have one of these, to grab one of these on your way out. They're right, they should be right on. So if you scroll down just, or can I just? And just click on the levy. And this is just, if we want to scroll down, I'll kind of just go through it. What we're doing is 2 replacement levies. And these are replacement levies. And the first question I think a lot of people have is, what is a levy? So if you scroll all the way to the bottom, which you don't have to do. There's a lot of people ask questions. The way I remember is L is for learning, so levies are for learning. B is for buildings, so bonds are for buildings. And that's kind of a good way to remember that the difference between the two and what they are. And so we're going to run 2 levies, and we have an EP&O, or Education Programs and Operations levy. And we have a capital levy that we call Safety, Security, and Technology. And so we'll that a little bit, and we'll talk about what it means financially, what it covers, and where it's kind of all coming together. So this is not an increase in our rate at all. The current rate is $1.14, and we are keeping the rate exactly the same. What we are doing is we just finished telling you about financial emergency last year and our financials. So a lot of the questions right away that people have is, well, why aren't you increasing our levy rates if we have all this inflation? You guys were talking about increased costs when we walked in the room. Well, the way that we're handling that is 2 things. Is we are, if you scroll down just a little bit, there's this great thing. This is our breakdown right now. And the difference between the 2 levies is when you have an EP&O levy, this is capped by the number of students you have. So you can never collect more than your first student amount. So we could pass a levy, but we couldn't necessarily collect it all if our enrollment declines. So we could pass the amount, but you can only collect on kids. If you don't have the kids, you can't collect that EP&O money. Capital projects doesn't have that type of cap. It is not connected to your population of students. So by keeping the same rates, but changing the way we split to match more of what we are actually doing, what we need to put the money kind of to, which is a little bit down, we are maximizing that rate for us as a district. And so that's how we're able to keep the rates the same, but be able to collect a little bit more and to support our growing needs and to cover inflation. I will add to that, that on the side, not to do with the levies, but we are to be good stewards of our taxpayer money, is we are refinancing our bond. So the rates are a good point for us right now to refinance that bond. So we will have a savings. That doesn't help us in the district at all. What it does is help our taxpayers. So their bond tax rate will go down with this refinancing. So this rate will stay the same. The combined rate, the rates change on the individuals, but the combined rate stays the same. And then we hope to actually have a little bit of savings come out with that bond refinance that we're putting through. Yeah. All right, that makes sense.
So looking at that then, as you see the levy rate kind of decreasing through 2029, what I'm taking from that is that the district is anticipating declining enrollment through
No.
2029.
That's a great question. No, that has more to do with our needs. And so if we go down a little bit further, it has more to do with, we're actually coming in, when I budget conservative. So I'll budget like a little, it's better to have more kids than you budget for than less. But when you put out a bond, you want to get as close as you can, but you want to budget more optimistic. So we are budgeting as if we're going to have affordable housing and everything. We're going to have a baby boom and people are coming, but within reason, within a trend line. I mean, we're not being ridiculous, but no, this bond does have us at a simple growth rate with our enrollment. Did that answer your question?
Kind of, but when I look at those pictures, I guess what I see is it's one's declining and the other's increasing so that it stays the same. So I guess I don't get it.
Okay, let me show you, that perfect, you like segue right into my next part.
Okay.
Okay, if you scroll down a little bit, it has more to do with our plan, if you scroll down a little bit further on what we're gonna cover.
Okay.
And so with capital, so EPNO, the first levy for a program can cover people. The capital, our technology levy, you cannot pay for people, you can only pay for things. So that has to do with how we're gonna spend the money, how the collections come in. So our first levy covers everything that the state funding does not, all our funding gaps, our people. So it covers anything extracurricular. Tracy did this beautiful presentation on all those things we've done. Almost all of that is funded out of levy. Basic education is funded, but anything extra has to come from local dollars because it's not considered basic education. So choir teachers, all sports, all extracurricular, some extra transportation we might do, anything like that is all levy. We have gaps in our, outdoor education, our school lunch program, highly capable special education curriculum. Anything the state says is above basic education has to come out of this levy pool. And then unfunded, they say you can have so many teachers. We say that's too many, that's not enough. So we have art teacher, choir teacher, that kind of thing. We fund them out of levy. That's the only place we can pay for it. And unexpected expenses like that huge insurance bill we had come in, or snow removal. We are very rare, we have a significant expense for snow removal that a lot of other schools in the state do not have.
Brittany, can I add?
Yeah, and then
Sorry to interrupt, but I think I understand Clint's question. So I just want to also say some of this is projection based upon property values. And so when you go in and you go to the state and you're like, oh, hey, we're gonna do a levy, so you have to take, what is your assessed value and what is your projected enrollment? And what is the projected growth in assessed value? And then you kind of put it into this formula and then it gives you a prediction around what the rate is. So the rates are estimates based upon all those formulas. So when you assume, hey, property assessed value will grow by this much and enrollment hopefully by this much. And, you put it all together and then it generates an estimated rate. I hope that makes sense. So it's all part of the formula. So, and then for us, BPNL, because it is capped via student enrollment, it is what it is, what it is. And so you can fill in the gap with capital, but you can never exceed enrollment with BPNL.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's right, it's such a conversation. That's okay. Yeah, but, and then the other thing is, how it divides out too is how we plan to spend the capital side.
On the existing 99% EPNO, did you leave money on the table over the last 4 years? Because
We don't leave money on the table, they don't collect it.
Right. So did you potentially lose what you could have?
Yeah.
Because of enrollment?
Yes.
And that's the key to this, is to lower that and not lose any of it.
Yes, correct.
Makes good sense.
And then with the capital, we cannot pay for people, but we could pay for things then that frees up some of that, to cover, like you said, people are what we do. People are our business. So we're gonna talk about tech, refreshing our tech. Icicle Arms really needs a little bit of love. When they built all the other buildings, they got left out a little bit. So doing some facility improvements there. And have you ever used the bathroom at the Justin Drive-In Sports? That needs some love as well. And then our partnership with Chelan County for our student resource officer. He's technically not people because he's a contract, so we can pay for some of our safety features like that out of the capital portion, capital technology and safety portion of the levy. All right, sure. That's a question.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Where's the money coming to feed all the kids, whether they are low income or not?
The two parts, there's federal funding through the USDA and then there's state funding. where they reimburse us for the meals. So are you specifically talking about, the free meals at Alpine Lakes and Shaston Dryden? Those are our state funded, we get, for every meal we book, we're reimbursed.
And then what happens next year? Is this something that's supposed to be for 10 years or something? like
No,
that?
that's a great question. October first every year, so our account October first sets up what we'll collect next year. So, I'm not sure, I think they both are qualified for next year, but I'm not positive. We won't know until the spring.
They send the data out in February. So we have not seen the data yet for next school year as far as whether they will qualify or not. Well, it looks to us like they still will next year, but we have to get confirmation from the state.
And the governor is asking for free meals for all students.
Yes. When we talked earlier about covering some food service costs, that is particularly not the meals, but the employees. So what happens is the state funds at a basic level, but most school districts pay over that level. So we're paying that difference in pay for the cook. If you looked at the top and it says that we use some levy money to pay for food services, that's specifically the people, not the actual meals. Just
Part of my time in the school district was in the kitchen when I first started, so I get that.
So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, there's some great resources. Here is the flyer, in English and in Spanish, and at the bottom, there's a bunch of frequently asked questions. There's an amazing video, at the tippy top that, has our students talking about the levy, which I encourage all of you to watch. I think we've taken. I'm not sure.
I have a question. I'm actually looking at my tax bill right now,
Yeah.
and I see 3 levies for Cascade SD 228, a general at 0.8034,
Correct.
a capital project at 0.1254, and a bond at 1.004.
Right.
So add those together, I get 1.9.
The bond is not up.
The bond.
We're only talking about
It's
the levies. The
redoing the
bond was passed a while ago, and that's what we built the new schools on, so that is not on,
Thank you.
the February 11th. Great question.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
No. That's not too far away, that levy, is it?
No, I think the pamphlets got the 15th, so tomorrow.
All right. Our next item is actually a joint meeting with the planning commission. And so we'll have the planning commission come around the table here and we'll go ahead and go down and join them for this portion of our meeting. Well,
Take your good care of that. No, here.
Yeah.
Final choice. Sorry.
You look at that.
We need Aaron too.
I'm gonna, stay back there.
So it is 7:51 PM. We will call the planning commission to order for our joint meeting. Quick roll call, true poll.
I'm Fairmark. James Whitesides. Kenny Renner Singer.
Allison Miller.
Shared Waters.
Jane Thayer.
And Hesford.
Mike Bernard,
Clay Straight.
Travis Master, Zeke Reister.
And so, I'm calling on Zoom.
Hey guys, Colin Forsyth here. Can you hear me?
I prepared a little presentation, but for the sake of time, I'm gonna power through. Because I really want this time to be for discussion. Oh, okay. So every year, for those of you that aren't aware, the planning commission works to complete projects on the city's docket. And this is a list of amendments that's developed throughout the year, citizen, council, planning commission and staff for public requests. So that's what we're talking about tonight. There are no decisions being made tonight, just as an FYI, this is like a workshop. And the actual decisions on the docket will be made at the next meeting. Wise. Technical. I'm gonna skip that. I just wanted to briefly recognize the planning commission's efforts over the last year. In 2024, they tackled a lot of docket items. This is not everything, but we looked at cottage housing. That was just recently adopted. Condominiums in residential zones, updates to our flood damage prevention standards, updates to residential and driveway standards. We did a lot of code consistency cleanup, which we'll probably have more of this year as well. And then we just updated our permit processing requirements for the House bill. So just kudos to them. It was a lot of work. For only meeting once a month, that's a lot. So. Dig right into the ranking. So I sent out a list based on the draft. And I have kind of where the council ranked items, and then I have where the planning commission ranked items, and it's actually really interesting because they're completely different. That's why we get to talk tonight. To explain the why and come to some understanding. Here's the planning. So sorry, go back. Guys, where am I? Getting ahead of myself. Okay, so council rankings. So if you remember, 1 and 2 are just our comprehensive plan update is our number 1. So that's why I'm starting with number 3 on the ranking here. Number 2 is our development standards. And the reason those are ranked as 1 and 2 is because we have to amend those by 2026. So those are going to be something we're working on a lot this year. And so on top of all of that, we have some other things that we wanted to dig into as time allows. So with the council, their next item ranked was inclusionary zoning. That's been a topic that's been on the docket. I'm working through an RFP that will go out hopefully next week to work on that feasibility and next study that we need in order to move forward. So that's exciting. That will be moving forward. But this was a high priority for the council. Then also looking at parking, this was specific to commercial zones, which we didn't really dig into this year. We focused on residential. Reviewing CUP criteria right now. If we looked at our district use chart, we have a lot of uses that require conditional use, but then no criteria for them. So this is kind of linking that up to see, are there any uses that we want to see specific criteria? Other than just the general criteria. Next was manufactured home siting and form regulations. The planning commission, and this was on the docket last year, we actually had a hearing on this week. So this is something that is moving ahead, but it wasn't a super high priority here, but maybe something that could be easily tackled this year. The new R3 zoning district is on on here, and I did make some maps, and I can get into it if we need to later, but to just, it's looking at some of those historic zones that are under 6,000 square feet already. They were platted that way to be, between 34 and 5,000 square feet, and they don't meet our dimensional standards for lot width either. Some of them are 30 feet wide, 40 feet wide, 50 feet wide. But they're all in the RL6 zoning right now, which requires 6,000 square foot lots and 60-foot wide lots. So all of them are already non-conforming. So this is a concept of trying to remove that nonconformity and allow for infill opportunities for people that have these historic lots. Next was evaluating triplexes as a unique type of structure in zones right now. We only allow single family zones. We allow single family residences and ADUs and duplexes, but no, multifamily. So this would be kind of looking at them as a use that could be allowed in our traditional single family. And then was the 2 ADUs per lot ranked? Again, this is something we're going to have to tackle with our comp plan and development regulations update. It's required to be adopted by 2026 next year, but it wasn't ranked as much of a high priority for the council. And then last was the missing middle housing options, and that is not required for us to adopt. It's just something to look at, and that's looking at more housing, different housing types, as opposed to your traditional single family. So it's looking at townhomes and triplexes and multiplexes, things like that. So go back through describing each of those, but this is where the planning commission ended up. So their number 3 was one of the lower items on the council. Then we have the R3 zoning district, the triplexes, the missing middle.
That's
You can see how these top 4 are housing driven. Then we have parking, CUP criteria, manufactured home siting and form, and then inclusionary zoning. And they'll explain to you why that's, I don't think this might not make sense to some people because it is very important to them. I think looking at this and they'll be able to explain better is what could be tackled with having so much on our plate already with the comp plan and development standards. Where are these like maybe low hanging fruit things that would be easier to tackle than inclusionary zoning? We know it's important, but it might not be able to get. Let them talk to that. When I averaged everything, I came up with a list, but I won't get into that. You can kind of see, don't pay attention to these numbers. They don't really mean anything. But if I were to look how you guys both rank things, the most common, these are kind of the most common in comparison. So like that review CUP criteria, if I average both of you would have been kind of topic that you guys both kind of met in the middle. That makes sense. I'm sorry.
yeah.
So inclusionary zoning's up there, parking's up there, CUP criteria, R3 zoning, and then the 2 ADUs. We did go through a public input process for this, so I did have an ask paper that ran from October until December to ask for public input if they wanted to see something on the docket that they wanted you to consider to be city sponsored. We still allow up to January 31st privately sponsored amendments to be added. So we did receive one proposal from RC3 and I did email that out. I'm sorry if it did not make it into your packet. That's totally my fault. But I hope you had a time to review it. It was kind of more of a request for us to perform a study. And I think a lot of those components will be included in our housing action plan amendments. Some of our, the other studies we'll be doing for the comp plan amendment. It wasn't really a clear request to amend our code. So I didn't include it on the docket, but that's a discussion tonight. This kind of explains that we are going to be doing a land capacity and housing needs analysis with, that's already in the works right now with our consultant PhD. Yeah. I'll leave it up to join me in discussion. I'm sorry, I took so much time. Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah,
Okay.
so Meg, I would like to see the rating from the planning commission one more time.
Oh, yeah.
Just to get a sense of where you guys are. Sure, side by side?
Yeah.
I know.
Uh,
No, I do have one here. Discuss, but I will read it.
I wanted to figure out how they rated their race.
I have.
Exactly, but your top three were our bottom, for sure.
Yeah.
The middle was just, I think.
Is that a function of, there's a requirement coming that's kind of low hanging fruit? We didn't, we saw that one way. I think you guys saw it. We had to do it. You see it as it's happening anyways. Let's just put it up there. We saw it as it's happening anyways, put at the bottom. We're gonna do that, you know.
So we talked as a group and we're very pragmatic, knowing we have a lot to cover. We might make some plan this year. We wanted to say, what can we kind of slot in? What might, if we have extra time in a meeting, there are some things that won't have a ton of variables that would slow us down.
Yeah.
It's the one where we're like, we're just really gonna look at some setbacks and we could probably get this up very quickly. So that's why we put it to the top.
Makes sense.
And there's a lot of crossover between the triplex and the two ADUs.
Yeah.
Right, so that, I mean, okay.
So those two
Easy to
together,
work-
that's
easy
why
to work with.
they're higher up. They're not necessarily our with our druthers, are they our top priority? They're
Yeah.
probably not, but they're just things we think that we can.
Okay, no, yeah, that makes more sense. I understand.
Also, with inclusionary zoning, we can't do anything with that until there's a nexus study. You guys have
That's the
to
reality.
figure out how to,
And we don't know when that will land.
yeah, so we're kind of like, well, it's not the highest
Yeah.
priority right now, but as soon as we have that study, then it will become a high priority again.
Well, that's what I would say is that that's been on our list for 3 years. And it's always been, because it's complex, it gets bumped, it gets this, it gets that. I would just suggest that when that does become available, that it's just put to the top of the list and dealt with when we can get to, when it's. What it would put your hands on, okay? I don't want that. That's what I feel like. So, yeah, I get that. It's probably not your top, but it's like, what can. It has to be dealt with, not pushed down the road any part.
We did take it up this last year. So we got to this next step where we realize, okay, we need a study to move this forward. So we
Good.
will continue to bring it up when we get to that next stage.
Right.
We're kind of frozen right now, and that's kind of why it's slid down.
Hopefully that nexus will be nice and clear.
Precise.
And then there won't be a huge thing on the docket.
And part of the rest of the code amendments to back up like the need for, once we get to an inclusionary zoning phase, if we don't have those cleared off the docket, then inclusionary zoning doesn't function as well as it could.
You can't move until those are done. Which
Can't move it.
It makes it clunkier,
Yeah.
makes it clunkier,
Yep, yeah.
is our feeling.
And a lot of the items on the list are in that missing middle that we don't actually have to follow that law, 'cause it's the size of our community. But
Right.
triplexes, and we already talked about cottage housing and some of those pieces that will increase opportunities for us to provide more creative housing options and provide more housing. And I mean, for me, that's where I see a huge gap. There's the affordable housing, right, for low income workers, but there's also a huge gap of affordable housing for middle income folks.
Yeah.
And a lot of what we're looking at and why I would rate how we rated is that those could have a quick and direct impact on, I hate the word density, but providing more housing options for families and for the community.
Is a parking garage included in parking? Is it all encompassing parking? Are we talking about how much?
Oh,
Just total stuff. Okay.
yeah, we did talk a little bit about in, commercial zones, especially the downtown, the central commercial zone. If you don't build, if you build something new or change a use that could impact parking, if it's under 10,000 square feet, you don't have to provide parking, which makes sense. We don't have parking right in the downtown core. But we talked about potentially, maybe they pay into something, a fee, what would that?
Development.
Development. To help pay for parking offsite. If you're in a tourist commercial or a general commercial zone, you do provide parking regardless of the size. So it's specific to the central commercial zone. But it would be a way to fund, some of that parking that they need for their employees or their visitors, but they can't provide site because of zero plot line. That was just a discussion topic. So this would be things to look at in the code that maybe we haven't thought of or considered.
Is when the council ranked parking fairly highly, like what do you have in mind?
Well, that's why I was
Like, what do
asking
you-
what the context, yeah. It's code. now,
Because I
get
think
that.
for us, we're like, well, yeah, we can talk about some kind of like development fee for the central commercial where you're not required to provide parking, but we don't know what else we're reviewing in terms of parking requirements, because we already did a residential parking
Right.
changes like 2 years ago.
I was confused.
I was confused too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ranked it 9. I didn't think it was important.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we're gonna die on that.
Okay.
We bumped that up.
No.
Then, I mean, like, should we start
I
moving
guess-
these around? I mean, that's, starts heading down with the
We would
list.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you wanna make,
Is there anything, I guess I should, is there anything that is not, should be on here? Because I just working off a list based on what we had talked about at the planning commission, based on what we had talked about last year, things that have come up that are required to address, but if there's something that you guys want to see changed in the code, this is the time to add it, and we do have time to amend, we will have another joint meeting in June where we can amend this docket. So, or if something comes up in the middle of the year, like the height thing a couple of years ago, we can jump into that, but there's thought. If there's anything the council wants to see on here, just take the time to talk about it.
I'm curious, and I'm not sure this applies, so excuse me if I'm just way in left field here. Sidewalk repair. There's already in the code that, does that apply to this, that there's sidewalks that are in disrepair? That it's the property owner's responsibility to fix those sidewalks. Is that already in the code? Yeah, that's a great piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
We can't write enforcement code for you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Travis. I think it's important to address the other gap on there, which is the two ADUs and the R3 zoning. Are important to the planning commission. So we view those as kind of important things to get done.
Yeah, House Bill 1337.
The two ADUs, yeah.
It's acquired this year. Where next, that's the government.
January.
While we're doing the comp plan.
Leave that up to 3 right now. I mean, that's gonna happen.
And R3 zoning is an interesting one. The maps are good, but Maggie shows them to you. You'll realize that there's some very interesting lot lines in our city that just exist.
R3 zoning, a lot of areas in the city were zoned 30-foot wide lots. So if you have a 30-foot wide lot and you exist in RL6 zoning,
Non-compliant.
you're non-compliant, therefore you can't comply for conditional use permit or can't do anything like that. If we were to revert back to RL3, it would allow those people to have a conforming lot and therefore flexibility. And since this is really a flexibility-based issue, it seems like in housing, this is one that we rate very high, or we feel like it's a high issue because it can really, instantly, like Kenny was talking about, instant results. It can,
Right. How many are there?
a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, you wanna see what,
Yeah.
like Ralston's edition was all 30 feet lot, Leavenworth first was all 30-foot lots, so there's a lot.
100 years ago, our city started being platted as 30,000.
Yeah, 34.
That was a little narrow.
Basically, the only part of town that's not is like the Orchard, like Cascade and Orchard zone.
And those were
Over,
like half
like,
acre
above-
lots.
Those are used.
Yeah, and those
Yeah.
are north,
Yeah.
but like, I would, and then like the newer ones like Tumwater, and Meadow,
All right, sorry.
or not, but yeah, almost all.
Yeah, she's right, where Orchard comes down and meets Benton at the angle there, Orchard is all half acres and everything else. is 30.
Everything below.
Yeah, I think that's around. Must be, this green is not good.
I mean,
And I just made this yesterday, so bear with me.
Well, my question first.
You look
Oh,
at
yeah, okay.
the hatched area,
Oh, that's it.
that's all historic.
City. Cool.
What is
Pretty
it?
much the,
Everything is blue.
Oh, everything is blue?
Yep.
so, put this over our current zoning. So the yellow is the RL6, the brown is R8. And cedar, but it's blurred. So this would all be, this is, everything in this blue is existing RL6 that we're proposing to be R3. Everything in these lots is either under 6,000 square feet or, doesn't meet the building, the lot, width requirements. So they're 30, 40, 50 feet wide. In the RL6, we require a 60-foot wide lot and a corner lot is 70.
And there's a lot of
This-
double
this
lots
is
where
a
the house straddles
breakdown.
a lot as well. So,
Pull this up on the screen.
me
This is-
too.
This is a breakdown of each of those subdivisions and when they were platted. So in the legend, you'll see like it started in 1893, 98. And then there were a lot of these that were divided in 1913. Was when a lot of these were the tiny lots.
Oh,
Started.
so this is what, these are,
That's the, yeah, so
that's the current.
that's each individual plat.
Yeah.
And the year. And again, we don't have to get into this tonight, this is just, is this something you want to consider? I do have stats on like each plat and what the standard lot widths are and sizes, just to compare and show that, like historically, they were zoned to be smaller lots. And so this is helpful for those instances where somebody wants, maybe they have 3 historic lots, they've never been consolidated. They built over a property line, they're trying to do a boundary line adjustment to eke out that lot for infill. Right now, if it's non-conforming, there's some limitations on how you do that boundary line adjustment. You can't make one of the lots smaller than the smallest lot, you can't make awkward appendages or, and then they all have a non-conforming lot width, so you can't change the width too much. There's a lot of parameters, whereas if we could just consider these conforming lots in some manner, we might be able to help with some of those infill opportunities. And also, currently the way our code's written, you can't apply for even a variance if you have a non-conforming lot. So if somebody were to build and needed a variance for a legit hardship, and I'm talking variance to the examiner, they can't apply, they can apply, but it would get denied.
So my question is, what would you build there? What could you build there? If you made it a conforming lot?
Not, well, it just allows you to, well, let's say you want to do a unit lot subdivision or do a condominium. You can't do that right now. The binding site plan would say no.
Right.
But this would allow the flexibility for you to be able to do. So we've made some cool strides last year in what, housing options and flexibility and infill housing. And this really would allow all of that area that you see in blue to be able to do what everybody else outside that area can do realistically.
Right. So possibly you could put a condo in there, 1,000, 2,000.
Binding site plan, I mean, you gotta take it to the city and do your thing. but yeah.
Maybe that would open the door for them.
Remember, condos are an ownership model, so you build an ADU. And
Yeah, I mean, it's not a
condoize.
Yeah, this is all
the-
built in, built up.
the type of building that, and the number of houses, the number of dwelling units, the types of dwelling units, the height, the lot coverage, like none of that changes. It's
Oh,
just
they-
saying like,
So your
Like-
cottage requirements still go. Right.
Every
Like,
requirement.
all of our buildings.
There's
Yeah.
no way around.
it's
it.
just, so for example, there was the house on the corner of Cedar and Kelly that was torn down years ago, and now they built 2 new houses. Because those were historically, there was one house that occupied 2 historic lots. And then the house was falling down, so they tore it down. And, did a tree fall on it too? I don't know. They like slowly deconstructed trying to salvage it and eventually
Yeah.
gave up, so.
Detail.
Anyway, so they're like, oh, well, now there isn't a house across these 2 lot lines. We have 2,
Oh.
so we could build a house on each of these 30-foot wide lots. And one of them was on a corner, and there's a front yard and the backyard and the alley, and it was before we changed parking requirements, and they asked for a variance to do the driveway in a more practical way instead of off of Cedar. And
Couldn't do it.
they're like, well, you can't
Non-compliant.
even have asked for a variance. even though it was a very logical, like, we just want to move the driveway, like, have a different access scenario that makes more sense on this lot. And they're like, well, it's a non-conforming lot, you can't do anything, versus if it was R3, then that would have been a conforming lot and they could apply for variance. We're like, oh, we want to have this different parking scenario that makes sense for this particular property. It doesn't change, yeah, what type of house you
Right.
would build there,
They come
really.
with their own
Yeah.
standards. I guess I,
Is R3 the answer, or do we just figure out what the average lot in that whole highlighted area, how deficient it is from conformity, and we figure out how to make all of that work? I mean, should everything be R3, or is there a historical area where R3 makes sense, but maybe R5 works in other areas that were platted later where the lots are larger? Like, my lot's conforming and it's an RL6. But, you know, but mine was highlighted as being R3. I'm just curious, does it make sense to do a large area as R3, or are there a couple of different answers?
I think that taking the lowest common denominator and putting it over that area is the smartest thing to do for flexibility wise. Yeah, you could look at some other options like R5. I don't know how beneficial that would be because it still leaves some non-conforming. You could look at code changes to conformity rules as well. But if you, doesn't change the density, doesn't change your, you know, the look or the use of the site at all. It just changes the conformity in our own code of said site, which is important for the ability to utilize the new tools that you guys yourselves.
There's the potential to change the density though, because I have a conforming lot in RL6 and it would allow me to subdivide my property.
Right.
Into 2 lots, so it has the potential of changing density.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And that's,
But that's current too. I mean, that's a current reality, because you can do it ADU and subdivide and do all of that with
Unilot subdivisions.
lot subdivision, so.
The other thing with these two is some of the lots are, they don't have a conforming width. So even if they're 6,000 square feet, they wouldn't be able to subdivide.
Yeah, I mean, I think to us, we're like, we could just create an RL3 zone that would make a bunch of historic lots conforming. There would still be scenarios where it wasn't a perfect match. Just like right now, I mean, there's all the half-acre lots on Orchard and Cascade in the RL6 zone, and they can't subdivide a lot of those because of the lot width. So it's like, no, I guess the alternative is we go through and do a major review of like all of the lot standards for RL6, like the width, and we go through and do a review of like, what can you not do on a non-conforming lot, and do we need to change those rules and say, well, you actually can apply for a variance on a non-conforming lot, or you can't, you know, and it just seems like a quick, easy solution to be like RL3, even though it's not as like.
We did ask this question.
Yeah.
And we gained it out a number of times. We just kept coming back that R3 was just the cleanest solution that achieved the greatest good with the minimalist impact of adding additional language, zones and code and enforcement.
So,
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it would be useful to go through some of the dimension, like the lot widths, and say like, is that something that should be changed? But then again, that is a dimensional standard of a zone, so should it be different in different zones? Like, should everything be one zone when there's this discrepancy in how the average way that things were platted?
so if we can get back to what this group needs to wrestle with is whether or not that's going to be taken up, not the details of what all is involved in that, but do we?
Well, we do have to give them direction, because if
No,
that's something that we land on
that's
as
the point,
priority,
but the
then
point
they
is
need
to
to know
get
how
into.
we want to do it.
Right, the point is though, is give them general direction. Do you want that elevated up to be one of the things that is on that document?
I think it's one of the ways that the practical ways that we could provide more housing flexibility and more units, and to interestingly conform to the historical, desire and feel of original Leavenworthians. And having smaller lots, smaller houses equals more walkable community, more community feel, all the sorts of pieces. And it provides, again, flexibility. And if we're really looking at more affordable housing, then having those options of flexibility is huge.
I'm also, such a need on my rent is up there, very.
I would say this, yeah, I know the reality of, you know, the House Bill 1337. But I feel somehow we're rushing headlong into this density thing, which I don't quite see it as the answer for affordable housing. And I say that because it might sound a little strange, but I say that because we don't have a lot of space, and making things more dense in this town, up to a point, we have already done that, because we've changed the codes, right? And I just voice a concern of mine, we are still a fire town. You can say that we have the fire prevention buildings and all that stuff, but if you still up your fire danger by putting more buildings close to each other. So I don't have an answer how to solve that. Don't like the way, if we just keep making things smaller and tighter, this won't probably turn into an LA situation, but it's still a fire situation. And you have a congestion, if you have more people in here, can't get around well, because you got one way in and one way out, you've got a real issue. I'm not trying to throw a red herring in here, guys. There's a concern that I've got. The density, and we're looking at this House bill. I don't know if there's can be made any exceptions, but just felt like I've got some real concerns about just continually making things. Yeah, it makes smaller houses. Kenny, it makes smaller lots. But I'm not so sure that you want to go. I mean, there's also some other questions.
Just a reminder that anything that's created now that's new is built to WUI, which means it's a lot more fire resistant than
it is that. It is more resistant.
Also, like a denser community with less sprawl around it is more fire safe. It is more effective to fight fire than when everything is sprawled out. So if we like limiting development within the city limits, within that dense area equals more sprawl, which is harder to fight fires.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for it. I mean, I understand.
I would posit the population increase is going to happen, and the density increase, and so
People
what
have to
we're
go
talking
somewhere.
about here is not managing that itself, it's managing inside of that, how we can help, right? So yes, you're right, I don't disagree with you at all, but I would say that, like, this is our moment to manage it now, to get a hold of it and guide us, instead of just let a lot of these things come to fruition in 2026, you know what I mean? And I think that the city council's, opportunity to grasp this and, kind of hammer it, and we're a smaller community, so you guys really can steer us, we can really do it. So I feel like, I don't know, feel like that one.
When we're rushing headlong into 1893. That the original plattings, the original plattings are for small, small.
Zeke, you said, smaller lots, smaller housing. From what I'm understanding here is this is creating smaller lots. It's taking the small lots that already exist and allowing maybe more thoughtful usage of it.
Right.
So when somebody is gonna develop on it, which people are, they have opportunities, but now they don't have to work their way around this, these restrictions because they're not conforming, which creates oftentimes eyesores and ugly compromises because you can't do what would be the better option because you're stuck. So this is just opening the door for better solutions. but with not reducing lots.
And they're not all better. I mean, what Mayor Pro Tem said earlier is correct. There are some situations where, you know, a lot that is a single lot would technically be a double lot, right? And so, I mean, you would see two where one is right now. There are situations like that, but there are more situations where it's just 30-foot lots with old houses on that would like to do something with our new code or something, you know, or we'll utilize one of these new tools you guys have created and can't do, right? So.
But currently on her lot, you could put a house, you have some restrictions on the second house size, because it'd be an ADU, then you could subdivide it and sell it off. So again, right now, you can still do that, but it's not as flexible. You couldn't put two similar looking houses right next to each other on that lot. It's not a huge difference when it comes to density.
I don't think it's much of a difference at all. The negligible density difference as far as it is like just the opportunity to get everybody conforming and be able to, you know, move within the rules or allow those people who live in those areas to move. Especially if they are unknown.
I guess I would say that you are sort of, if you allow this, deal with it. You do control it from sprawling. You have put it where it's, you know, if you're gonna be able to manage it, that's a more manageable situation. But, yeah.
Just as a different way to kind of think about this, when we're having the conversation about the possibility of considering RL3 as a way of making more lots conforming when we're finding some non-conformity issues within the city limits. Would it be a better path to figure out what is causing non-conformity and fixing the regulatory problems rather than just changing the zoning?
That's a total possibility.
You know what I mean? So assessing what are the trigger points here where people are bumping into issues? Are we over regulating in some ways where we could provide some more flexibility so that there's less non-conformity issues? Are people just running into lot width problems? We could probably change that regulation if that's really where people are running into an issue. Or lot size descriptions or, you know, those sorts of things. Like, are there ways where we can address existing issues without having a really broad conversation about increasing density? Because that's a really hard pill to swallow in our communities sometimes. And we've done a lot of that recently.
Yeah.
And it's one of the reasons that I didn't prioritize RL3 when I was specifically voting, and I prioritized different housing types instead as a focus. As well as the parking, because it's been on our list for a long time. You know, and you're asking for direction. I mean, it's the downtown core for parking that needs amending in the regulations. It's been that way for a really long time, and it really helped us in the central district to get some impact fees associated with parking, because as we continue to redevelop downtown and build out the undeveloped lots in the downtown core where they don't have to develop parking, we continue to increase our parking.
I think that's the direction they were looking for. It's been on the docket for years, but there wasn't a clear, like, knowing that.
I like to see, or hear, in fact, I'm gonna call tomorrow, a couple of insurance companies and, talk to them. I think Mike Smith from the fire department, is somebody to talk to. We are in a wildfire zone, and I agree with, Steve completely that, I mean, you have to look at the fire from California. And, so I think we need to delve a little bit outside of just the planning commission and the, council and get more information on what these people think. I mean, if I'm gonna build an ADU in my yard, close to my house, if my house catches on fire in a wildfire, it's gonna take that, it's gonna just continue to take things like we're seeing. So I think we need to be smart. My insurance has already gone up considerably, and there's no fire here. And they're telling us something when they do that. So I think that has to be a number one priority.
I mean, but the fires in LA right now are top of mind, but the most destructive fire was still Camp Fire. And the Camp Fire was sprawl.
What was?
The Camp Fire 4 years ago. And that was. That was much more very sprawl buildings and heavily wooded areas. And so the less that we adapt to more, I know, it's a hot topic word, but density, the more you're going to see that development push out into those dangerous areas in our hills that's gonna make it much harder for our fire departments to adapt and react versus trying to control defensible space within an urban environment with the resources.
I agree with the deal about the insurance companies are scamming us anyway, and that's, they're making up things that aren't even true. We haven't had a fire here, and our insurance rates are still going, and we don't, nothing's been even burned because we've had these mitigation efforts. They don't care about that, they just, anyway. But I do get you, I do get what you're saying. Yeah. You know, it does, given what we've got, you know, it's a lot has changed in like 3 or 4 years with this town and yeah, it's just, I'd like to see something else happening, but I see the justification for your rating. It's 3. Yeah, I don't like it, but I can see it.
I have a question for all you experts.
Easy
HB
mark.
1337, HB 110. So say we put energy into that, you guys do, and get some progress there. Without the zoning changes, none of that will apply to those non-conforming lots because they won't be able to do it anyways, right?
Correct.
No, they would still be able to do, but I mean, you can put an ADU on a non-conforming lot currently. It's more,
If you need a variance for access to that ADU or something like that,
Variance
then
for
you
ac-
couldn't
yeah.
get it, or you need any sort of, if it doesn't quite work, then no. But if it's just very straightforward and you have the space to do it and lot coverage is okay and parking is okay, yada, 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 then yes.
So unless we deal with that problem either with the zoning or with lot line disconformity, whatever, figuring out a way, then like, they really kind of go hand in hand. Otherwise, a big chunk of our in-town properties are gonna be hamstrung.
I think a lot of these things might are gonna cross over in a lot of places. They're not gonna be exactly the same, but you're gonna see.
And not all properties in the blue hashed area are non-conforming.
Yeah, right.
I mean, most of them are conforming. There's just a large percentage that.
Maggie, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
The first and the second priorities for the comp plan update and the development regulation update.
Yeah.
How much of 2025 is that going to take up your schedule? Like, how much are we actually talking about filling in?
I mean, it depends. We're not gonna get everything done by next year, but our goal was. Because right now we're working on studies, the background stuff, and so it's not a lot. You know, haven't brought it to the.
So actually, your next meeting.
Steve could be working on these little smaller.
Yeah.
I like where Aaron's head's at. Maybe the council can direct us on what they think their top 2 things are. And then
Start with that.
and we can, at least we can then give you some feedback right now and move forward with in our next meeting. You know what I mean? We can sit here and hash this out all night, but I feel like if the comp plan is gonna take most of our time, which it definitely is, and we will have some space to work some other stuff in. What's the important stuff for the city council? Like, I mean, Zeke, what's yours? Travis, what's your number? Clint, I'd ask you the same, you know, like that, I think that's probably where we're gonna be able to see some traction tonight.
I mean,
For us.
the inclusionary zoning seems to be, I mean, if we want to keep it as a high priority to keep the money going, it might not be the first thing that they're able to tackle because of the steps that need to get done.
Right.
We can keep that in that's what the council wants.
Perfect. Right. Does everybody, council agree with that?
Sometimes it's easy to work with that. Or take them off. There's something that really you don't want.
well, manufactured housing, we did,
Yeah.
we're pretty much done with that.
Let's put that at 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's put that as number 4 and you can just finish it.
In your head.
It went through
Yeah,
public
we
hearing.
already did a hearing. We already did a hearing.
So productive.
It's been through hearing and we rejected one thing.
Parking seems was a high priority for.
And Ann gave us some direction on parking. I'd be happy to look at that as well. Now that we have an idea of what you guys want us to look at instead of just a general
Yeah.
word.
We were talking about that since Brand House got developed. Honestly, yep,
Yeah.
because we really wanted parking associated with Brand House and they were like, nope, we're right under the square footage.
Yeah,
Yep.
so you don't count, that you don't get to count their patio?
Nope.
Wow, that's a neat trick.
Magic.
Yeah.
All this.
Yeah, that's their restaurant. It's fabulous. Let's be
That's why we want to talk about it.
That's why we should have had a fee in there.
Yeah, be a move
Yeah.
for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Or your outside space is your inside space, it's not the street.
I think we
Yeah.
Our parking consultant regularly has encouraged the city to adopt a move for parking.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be quick. That could be a good conversation for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we know that's
We'll
all
knock
it
it
is,
out.
I think
Yeah.
we were like, is there more? to this?
1412 is vast. It's got a bunch of
1412 is a
random
lot.
stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I think we just weren't sure where to complain, said parking dimension standard was it?
Okay.
So it sounds like
You've got,
you've got enough items.
we do, for sure.
Use is kind of incorporated in.
Right, yeah, Excel.
Almost.
Yeah.
Part of the plan and development regulations, which are our two priorities. It's almost like a subcategory.
Are we missing anything that's gonna make that more, the most effective that it can be though, once 2026 hits?
Not
We're there.
necessarily.
Maggie, wasn't the parking also conversations about that white paper that had been done a couple of years ago and conversations about residential parking standards and trying to eliminate people's parking in their front lawns?
We did that.
We already addressed a lot of residential
Yeah.
standards, and so like we took away the requirement, like you have to turn around, you have to turn around, and you have to we allow. access.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we reduced.
We limited driveways width,
Yeah.
like they made rules
Driveway
about
width.
driveway width.
It used to be you couldn't park your first 10 feet, now it's 7, so that you can build at 25-foot setback, because sometimes you want to push to 28 to make sense, so we did
Yeah.
make it quite a few.
Yeah.
We did. So we can open up that. Is there any other target that? I think speaking, but definitely. Then the big thing.
I don't know if it's just me, but are there any regulations for like during the busy, Christmas, Christmas weekends, parking on both sides of the street on Benton Street, like you could barely drive down Benton.
Commercial.
Or West Benton.
After was it, yeah, it's a
The
really.
ultimate thoroughfare, the parking was taken away from, just force the parking thicker into the.
I enjoyed that, not having parking commercial during this holiday, but it all got pushed to your point.
But there's nothing in the code that says like one side of the street you can't park on.
We can change from public works, versus having that.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
it's like
thanks,
a,
Tammy.
Another little thing that we'll want that we'll probably talk about too, the balconies over the right of way, in downtown, that's something we might want to add to our development standards. For the That's like a setback allowance.
So weird to talk about.
But that needs to probably go through as well. We've talked about it, we
Does
just
sound
did not
good.
modify
Yeah.
it,
Oh,
and
okay.
then we need to come up with a fee for it, that stuff, so that's something that's like, we have people requesting that, so that's gonna be another like cleanup. So I might have to, some kind of generic, kind of like we did last year, the bottom like code. Or add that.
Can that be included in your development regulation update?
Yeah, I mean, the development regulation update is more what the state is requiring us to update. I could add it as maybe a subcategory on the document of those. I think that would clean it up. Make it.
What's number 6? Because that's really, where we're gonna be probably in January, February. We'd like to have a couple topics that we can action on later in the year. Or February, March. We've already got manufacturing.
So-
It's a new-
I found it so interesting that the council put triplexes before 2 ADUs. First, because the 2 ADUs is required. And second, because they're kind of the same thing. Like we talked about how we could go through, like, this is you know, we could develop standards for two ADUs. Because that means two of the units are size limited. And then once, you know, we feel pretty good about the rules there, then you could move on to triplexes where the 3 units are not size limited the same way, like it seems like another step past that, so I'm curious about you guys, switching those.
I really like the missing middle. I feel like it's so much more fun to get out in there, but. I think the ADU stuff's happening anyways in my head, so.
I think that's why.
Bump down. But
Would you guys, so you put ADUs before triplex? right?
yeah, we thought if we attacked that first.
I think you should.
It's easier bite to chew when you get to dry places.
To be honest, I have a hard time sorting out seeing this stuff, and so just plain ignorance. Alright. So I would say go with your ADUs first. For me.
But all of it, so it convinces me either way. Yeah, look at it. I'm fine with that.
Great, okay.
Pardon me? Oh, nothing.
I'm gonna randomly say Sharon's name. Sharon.
It's not those first ones to do, so
Doesn't matter.
you can re-examine that.
And like, I mean, is that good for now?
Yeah.
I think, you can put a TBD next to the next 3. It's a good problem if you run out of the list.
Right, yeah.
Do you guys need to meet more than once a month? Or is that?
Yeah, they did it.
It's like that, right?
Yeah.
It was all Zoom, so it was a little easier.
I still
Totally
do.
kidding.
But it's.
We need that.
I
I don't think that you can, thank you for.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Together for you guys and you'll have.
Approved next meeting, and you guys can go ahead and adjourn, and we'll go back to our.
Okay, this is 15 seconds. No, is there no exception to this House bill? We have no way to get out of it.
Out of which one?
House
There
bill,
are some things that don't apply to us via our population of the city, city limits, but
well,
there are some things that apply directly to us.
Yeah.
Two ADUs
So,
apply.
yeah,
Community applies directly to us.
that missing middle bill
Middle doesn't.
Yeah.
does not.
okay.
Kenny thinks it should.
Well,
Thanks, everyone.
yeah, we need all your efforts. They're much appreciated.
Seconded.
Fourth.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, in end of the year.
Right, we'll go ahead now. Item number 11, ordinance 1706, adoption of our salary schedule in Chantel.
Pleased to bring this ordinance to you and put this to bed.
I'm so happy to see everyone on the same schedule now.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
Part 2, both sides analyze the study from here, a single major complaint at all about the data or methodology work. It was much better than the previous top one. And as I said, we negotiated and both sides agreed to
PRSA did meet last week. We did. Question, should we recommend any rate changes to full employees? No, we think they're up there pretty high.
I would entertain a motion, the Leavenworth City Council moves to adopt ordinance 1706 for the 2025 salary.
You have a question?
I just was gonna make a motion. Seconded by Ann. Any other questions? Any from the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor, let me see your hand. Passed unanimously. Item 12. To elect the mayor pro tempore is an annual event. Nominations from you as a council. Take it from there. Nominate Ann Hesper. All right, Ann has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Going once. Going twice. All right, I'll call for all those in favor. Any other motion? No, it's just a nomination. All those in favor, let me see your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be reaching out to committees.
Action 13, interlocal agreement, Andy.
Our local agreement, July Notification Council, essentially giving us their older traffic counting equipment. This is really a $0 agreement. It's more just to kind of give it as it is.
We have a motion.
Leavenworth City Council moves to approve and authorize the mayor to use the interlocal agreement with Land Douglas Transportation for the transfer of traffic.
Second. If I explain it. Any other questions? All those in favor, let me see your hands. Passes unanimously.
Are we gonna put this equipment on Pine Street?
Actually got a actual sonar radar So I didn't have to have. Okay. Yes. We are at 14, a partnership agreement with Autumn Leaf. So
Thank you, Mayor. Council, you're being asked to review and consider approval of partnership funding agreement with the Washington Autumn Leaf Festival Association. This provides the organization $42,000 in what tax funds to promote the Old World Bavarian Alpine theme. As you guys all know, the Autumn Leaf Festival Association goes to partner parades throughout the Pacific Northwest, and that activity draws tourists back to the city of Leavenworth. So that's justification for the use of lodging tax funds. It's one of the marquee events that we have. It's one of the few festivals that are code. And I was kind of surprised Mayor did mention in our council rules requiring council members to attend.
Oh.
It's not too late.
Yeah.
It isn't too late. It's just discussion. Yeah. It's still be amended. 3 years. Dang it, we all need to be here.
So this is the same amount of funding that they got in 2024. Partly helps with the traffic control services while we close Highway 2 for hours 4 to 3. I believe this is near and dear to a lot of our hearts.
I would entertain a motion. The Leavenworth City Council moves to approve the 2025 partnership agreement between the city of Leavenworth and Washington State Automobile Festival Association in the amount of $42,000.
Second.
Was that in Travis' voice? Move, Travis, another question?
All those in favor? Was Sharon, she have to recuse herself?
Don't confuse her.
Royalty can make a motion.
Yeah. I think it passed unanimously.
It is.
Cantel, city credit card authorization.
But I all financial housekeeping item. Try to understand we are doing a lot of stuff with credit cards. I need to find myself on months where we have to make a mid-month payment just to keep processing each month. So we have talked about this internally for a while. Sylvia and I got together and I said, let's just raise the stuff. Which bank? The bank said, oh, in order to do that, I need a action item from your council. So your motion tonight just sets it in place that they can go ahead and proceed forward. They did temporarily go ahead and give us the increased allotments and the one additional card. In total, we have 5 Visa cards. That equates to less than 3% of our monthly spending. We didn't use them a whole lot before. It was mostly just for travel. I noted in the write-up, a lot of this is related to our communications, our media, council meetings, the food purchases, just those different types of things that we didn't have in the past.
They just don't raise them automatically.
Yeah. They did for individuals.
Yeah. Pretty tight on giving credit.
It's 10,000. It's cards.
I think we should be fine. For long
Only a $5 limit for having.
Oh, that's just for parking. Just go around and check our meters.
He spends less than $100 throughout the taxi.
Is it getting airline miles?
Yeah.
Report is you are banking with your local bank.
Community. Leavenworth City Council moves to approve increase in the city's credit cards with Catherine Valley Bank to 5 business cards of 10,000 per card, 1 business card at 500 for a total aggregate of 50,000. Second.
Moved by Mike. Seconded by Jane, Dane.
Yep. Yes.
Well, I'm. All right, all those in favor, let me see your hands. Passed unanimously. Professional services agreement, Indy.
Services agreement for 1 year with Transpo Group for on-call transportation planning. So as you saw in the consent agenda, that was, we have on-call transportation engineering with our transportation planning, which is different. Megan and I will use this together for various public works projects and also for private development. When we have pre-apps, we use them to look at some of the traffic impacts, and they also are the professionals that review our traffic impact for various developments. So this is a contract with Transpo Group for up to $50,000 for this year for transportation planning services.
So these are the guys that would determine level of service issues?
They don't determine level of service, but they look at impacts to level of service from development. Like our level of service is detailed in our comp plan, but then they're evaluating the impact that a development has on our level of service.
I mean, they take the numbers and crunch it, right?
No, so, per our code, the developer is responsible for drafting the traffic impact analysis. They're reviewing it for concurrency with what they provided as a traffic impact analysis. Does that make sense?
Well, so what is their function? They take some data and determine the legitimacy of it, or?
There's 2 different things. Do you want to?
Well, I was gonna say from a private development standpoint, like, let's say we have a Leavenworth House Apartments or Leavenworth Meadows Apartments. If they submit a traffic impact analysis, we would send it to Transpo Group for review. We wouldn't do it in-house to make sure it's consistent with our code and our development standards. And if they have to make changes, then it goes back and forth.
Okay.
So.
We've used them before.
Yeah.
Do we use them every year?
We started using them in 2024.
Do we need to go through this every single year to approve these? Is this a contract every single year? Or is this just a process of doing business that this is just?
That's the way we intentionally set it up. One, because of our purchasing and procurement policy, that way we're in line with that policy. And then, I'm sorry, I can tell it's late because I forgot what number 2 was already. What's I thinking? Oh my gosh.
I forgot what I even asked, to be honest. All right, so it's late, okay.
Oh,
We need to keep doing this every year.
Yeah.
We use it every couple years.
thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, that was the other thing. That way each year we're using their current rates versus what we've done before is then have an amendment where we use the next year's rates. This is a more clean way where we say any task authorization that's assigned under this contract, you use your 2025 rates, whether or not you do that work in 2025 or you do.
I see, it could bleed over to the next.
So if it starts in the first year, we're held to those rates.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm just.
Thanks, Andy.
Entertain a motion?
Livermore City Council moves to approve and authorize the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Transpel Group USA Incorporated for 2025 on-call transportation planning services with a not to exceed cost of $50,000.
Second.
Moved by Ann, seconded by Zeke. Any other questions? All those in favor, let me see your hands. Passes unanimously. Right, memorandum of understanding with the PUD on land option Selby.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Before you tonight, you're being asked to consider entering into a memorandum of understanding with Cheyenne County PUD. Caitlin does this, it's not what I meant to do, but that's the tab I want to show. To conduct feasibility on utilizing a portion of the PUD's property, 13-acre property across Highway 2 from our existing Public Works campus for future municipal uses. This is something we've been discussing with the PUD and the council for about a year now. Clint was at a meeting with myself and the mayor and several commission members last spring when we did a site walk of the facility. And I was on the phone today with Ecology to see if we could redirect $100,000 of that integrated planning grant that we got to evaluate the car wash property to for feasibility for this parcel instead. I'm still waiting if we can make that amendment to that grant. But what this is we believe that our Public Works campus has a higher value down here close to our gateway of our downtown core. We want to look into the feasibility of, instead of redeveloping a Public Works campus on our existing facility, on our existing parcels, to see if it's feasible and more cost effective to build a Public Works campus and maybe a combined municipal campus, depending on how things go, on land that is owned by the PUD just across the street. So this is large wooded area here. We would have about 2 years to conduct feasibility. The agreement would be extendable, renewable, or cancelable if we choose not to pursue anything further. So there's no financial impact right now. We will bring cost for feasibility to you for future approval.
It's my understanding that this was kind of dead in the water. Does somebody get revitalized that they are interested in giving us, or I mean, is it gone beyond them giving us? Now that we're talking about purchasing, or where is that at?
So that'll all, we don't know right now whether or not we would lease or buy and what the fair market value or discounted value of that might be. That'll be discussions in the future. What staff and the mayor do believe, though, is that the value of that land is going to be less than the value of the land that we currently own, given the zoning and given its proximity to downtown. And the city was approached by a hotel developer in 2024, looking for 2.5 acres, which is exactly what we have with the car wash addition, exclusive of the wastewater treatment plant expansion area. So we know that there is a higher and better use than a Public Works campus for the facilities that we own currently. Yeah, we just want to see if it's feasible for us to relocate Public Works across the street, see if we can save taxpayers some dollars and still build out a new Public Works campus.
And is it all, I thought it was 26 acres. Is that whole piece 13 acres? We're looking at all 13?
Potentially, we're going to be looking at a couple of acres right behind their building here. So if you can see my cursor, this is the more or less the area that would be. Yeah, it could be up to 5 acres.
Could be up to 5 acres. This is like somebody was saying, it's been over the last couple of years that we've really started these conversations and that. And what's exciting is that the PUD loves the concept of having a campus that is kind of a municipal campus, if you would, that they're combined. I mean, the PUD's over there. The idea is we would bring the sheriff into that so that they're there. The fire is already over there. The county has their shop not far from there. So it provides kind of a whole municipal campus, if you would,
I
of
love
the
the
public
idea.
agencies. And they love that idea. So, you know, part of this is exploring, and we, you know, this memorandum just kind of says fair market value in that. But there's a lot of considerations that we're hoping that can come into play that go beyond the financial value of it for everybody involved. So, you know, there's some real potential here, and they're great partners. It's, you know, it's really, it's fun to work with them, because they're the ones that are kind of encouraging this idea of getting us out of, and, you know, they did a similar thing themselves, right? Got themselves out of the downtown Wenatchee and took it out, you know, to the fringes, if you would, and a little bit out of the main track and that. And if you'll notice, you know, one of the pieces, and I know we've got some people here, one of the pieces that we were encouraged also is then it would free up our ability to allow men to have that site that they're on. And so that was actually put into this memorandum, because it's kind of, again, one of those places where they're looking for the maximum for the community in this. And we're encouraged by the PUD actually to, if we can work this out in a way that we could make it a win-win for Upper Valley men and their, you know, their future needs as well on that site. So, yeah, and maybe some of them would want to speak to that. in this.
Yeah.
Whenever it's appropriate.
Let's get a motion on it.
But just a second, I would like to hear about the community covered in Upper Valley Mend.
Well, they're
That's
gonna have a
actually-
chance, but we're just gonna get.
No, but I mean, are they going to, that be taken off of that property?
Nope.
No, that
So
would
they're-
free up that property, because that's part of the campus that we have for our needs. If we were to develop the public works on its current
Okay.
site, we would need the space that they're in to revamp that whole campus. We're saying if we can move, we won't need.
Saves them.
Okay,
So then that would
Okay.
allow us to be able to provide it for them. So it's again, another one of those win-win.
okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
Snow from the sidewalk.
Oh.
The Leavenworth City Council moves to approve and authorize the mayor to sign a memorandum of understanding between the city and Public Utilities District Number 1 in Chelan County to explore the potential fitting of a public facility on a portion of undeveloped land located at 222 Chumsick
Sorry,
Highway.
Vince. I was gonna say it fast, but then all of a sudden you were still talking.
You've done that before.
Delay.
No, I
Moved by Shane, seconded by Sharon. It's on the floor. Now there would be a time if you want to come up and speak. Yes, please. Come up and identify.
Why we're here.
That's why we're.
I thought you were here for the planning commission meeting.
We're fascinated by everything, too. I'm Kaylin Bettinger. I'm the executive director of Upper Valley Men. Do you need my address?
Yes.
7988 High School Road, Leavenworth, Washington. So we are here for this agenda item. I know it's between the PUD and the city, but the community covered is impacted by this, and we are very excited. So sitting with me are some of the leadership of Upper Valley Men, our board members, and staff members, and we wanted to come tonight to thank you for all the work that you've done to get to this point and sort of explain a little bit about why this is important to us. So the city owns the space where the community covered is located, and you guys have been donating that space or renting it for $1 a year to the community covered for about 35 years. And that's been in an effort to ensure that everyone in our community has enough to eat. Upper Valley Men has known for a long time that we're outgrowing the covered space.
since 2016, we've been asking the city, sometimes begging you, to all of you about this, to sell us that property, and that's on the Public Works campus across the street from the rest of your facility. And the answer, understandably, has always been that the city needs to figure out its own public works needs before prioritizing the community cupboard. More than 1,300 households visited the community cupboard for food last year. That is a record for us, and it's more than double the numbers that we were seeing just a few years ago. And so it means the food pantry right now is really stretched thin. We've been looking around at all of our options for the cupboards location, and where we are right now is really the best possible outcome for our clients and the community. As the community grows and changes, this location would make a huge difference for Men's ability to serve the Upper Valley community long into the future. So we're really excited about this possible win-win-win solution. And we want to say thank you to all of you for your support in this, and we hope you'll pass this agreement. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin.
Thanks, Kayla.
Yep. All right, does anybody else want to say anything? John, Greg?
Stephen, and I'm on the board for Upper Valley Mend, and I'm also on our committee that is called our headquarters committee, where we are trying to consolidate our various programs and so on together, which we would like to do in one spot. And where we are now, what the community covered, would be the best for us to be able to combine everything together. So one of the things that, for this particular motion that you have up there, it would be nice to be able to make sure that Upper Valley Mend is included in the memorandum of understanding, so that we are involved with it as well. So the PUD, the city, and us can be involved with it. And so I don't know if you need to amend that to make sure that we're included in it, or is it already in there?
It's already in there.
Okay, I just want to make sure, and I would encourage you to really work at this, because we have looked around the area from Cashmere on up to here to try and find a place where we can do this headquarters project. And where we are is the best right now, and anything else would be very difficult to try and finance and to obtain actually. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Yep, thanks, Greg. All right, anybody else?
Yeah, I'll say.
Okay. Waddle on up. Careful.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Rachel Bishop and I'm the manager of the community cupboard. My title is Food Programs Manager, Upper Valley Mend. And yeah, I think what Karen and Greg said were perfect, but as someone who spends almost every day at the cupboard, I almost get a little bit emotional about it. God, it's yeah, the cupboard is such an amazing space for the community, and to be able to stay where we are would be very beneficial for all the people that we serve. It's a crazy space, very small, serve a lot of people. So just to be able to make it better, and to stay in the same place, meet the needs of all the people that we are serving, will just make this community even better than it is.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Last call. All right, any other questions? Right. All those in favor, let me see your hand. Passes unanimously. We will be pursuing, see what we can come up with.
Be patient.
Yeah. And it, yeah.
We are trying.
We are trying. And it will cost us, we'll come back with some dollars, because we're not gonna get a feasibility without spending some money.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
We hope the rest of your items go great as well.
We're almost done.
We only got one left.
Yeah. All right.
Be out here before 10.
Yeah. Item 18 is purchase and sale agreement, and again, Selby.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, you have been briefed on this opportunity a couple of times in executive session. This is the first time the public will be hearing about this. But you were being asked to enter into a purchase and sale agreement for 1.5 acres of land near the Cascade Orchard Bridge over the Wenatchee River for potential use as a parking lot for river users. The land is 2 lots, which appraised at $3,025 each. The agreement will be contingent on the city successfully obtaining a conditional use permit from the Chelan County Community Development Department for the construction of a parking lot on the land. A parking lot in this location would allow ample space for river users to park off of Bicycle Road and improve public safety in the immediate area during key summer months. I'm going to show you, so why it won't zoom. It's these lots here where my cursor is. There is a shared well. Roughly in this location, there would be likely a 25-foot buffer around the well. I spoke to the engineer today from Ardora, who will be working on designing this and helping us get the conditional use permit. He's been in touch with community development at Chelan County as well as the Chelan Douglas Health District about requirements. A parking lot that we're pitching is an allowable use. And we don't yet have a time frame for going through the process of getting conditional use permit. But I'm working with him on getting a work order authorization going. So again, what this will allow us to do if it moves forward is to get all the vehicles off of Bicycle Road, all the river users off of Bicycle Road onto a parking lot that we would develop here. There might be a small fee to help us recoup the cost of developing the parking lot. That's Shane.
So what happens when the parking lot fills up and people are still parking on Bicycle Road?
What I would intend to do is work closely with Chelan County, both the sheriff's office and public works, to post the area around the bridge for no parking, and to enforce. Our parking staff would go out and enforce our own lot. They would also enforce the put in as they do currently during the busy summer months.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be able to ticket outside of our jurisdiction unless we had some kind of a local agreement with Chelan County, which they might be willing to do.
Okay.
And the fact is, up until now, the Chelan County's been hesitant to enforce because we
Right.
don't have any place for those
Right.
people to park.
Yeah.
So that's, by providing this, then when that lot is
They
full,
can
they're
afford-
gonna
they
have
can
to, they're
afford.
gonna have to use the shuttle or something. We still will have a shuttle, we'll still have other, but
If it's
we'll
full,
have
come back.
roughly, what, 180 or so spaces?
Don't really know yet, because
Yeah,
I don't really know. We have some constraints to work around, so I don't have a number of
I would say
spaces.
even if we get 50, I mean.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
it's still.
I mean, I don't think there's 50 cars parked on Bicycle Road. I mean, there's a lot, but I mean,
Right.
maybe 50, but
On a given day.
yeah, on a really busy day.
Yeah.
There might be, 30, 40 cars. I mean, maybe close to 50, but I don't.
Have we anticipated grading and work and clearing up this property, and what is that cost gonna come? Is
Yeah,
that
we don't have a cost estimate. That will be part of the work order, the work that Ardura will do for us.
Okay. So we're looking at this for this coming season, 2025.
I'm not sure if we'll be ready for this coming season. I don't think the construction of a parking lot would be completed.
That dirt spot right there, right?
But if we can, it all depends on what the requirements are. If we have to pave it, it's not gonna be done.
Pave it.
If we can leave it as a gravel lot, then it could be as easy as doing some light grading and putting down curb stops to delineate where the parking spaces are. And if that's the case, then we could do that potentially as early as this summer season.
It also depends on how fast the county can get us that.
So I had a question
DEP.
on the well.
Yeah.
Where's the well? Is it that one corner?
So the well is more or less on the property line, roughly where my cursor is here.
Okay.
More or less, and there's a 25-foot radius around it. Now, it could be that we could pave that radius and be okay. It's just, that's a wellhead protection zone.
Then is it a function well?
It serves 4 existing houses.
Okay.
And let's say in the future, the city bought this parcel and then we didn't need a parking lot at the river anymore and you want to develop this for housing,
Right.
there's additional capacity on that well.
That's what I was kind of going for. So this could be used for something else.
Nice golf
possible.
course lot.
Not a bad golf course.
There is a nice golf course
Yeah.
lot.
Is there a Homeland Security or the federal protection, are there security things that we have to have in place for this well? To
Not
protect it, or
for,
this
not for domestic well.
Domestic well does.
a city owned, so it's a domestic well?
It's a domestic, this is not a municipal supply.
Okay. so
This wouldn't, and
there's
this
no
wouldn't,
regulations.
and let me be very clear, because I had to tell this to the golf club people yesterday. This is not a proposed location for an additional municipal supply well. It's not the purpose of proposing to buy this land.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Have we looked into that?
We would get more parking
wait a
if we
second.
paved the lot.
No.
Right, yeah.
We would get more parking if we paved the lot.
We would get more. parking.
Otherwise, we can't park in the well radius.
Right.
Are we, and we're paying this with what funds?
We're proposing to use lodging tax for the acquisition
Right.
and proposing to use parking dollars for for the construction.
Right.
Because then if we started charging, we would just reimburse the parking enterprise fund as revenue from this parcel.
Yeah.
So this lodging tax is gonna pay for initially.
Correct.
And our attorney has weighed in that this is an allowable use of our lodging tax fund.
Right.
Would it be
Greenlands.
possibly available to groups that wanted to use it to pay, like, you know, we let the group go behind, you know, with the school, well, the school does that, but behind the city hall, we let.
If the chamber were arranging a shuttle during Village of Lights, then this could be another remote location that we could park places if we plowed it during that part of the year. Yeah.
Yeah.
The reindeer sleigh rides are out there too. I mean, there's a couple of attractions out there. Leavenworth City Council moves to approve and authorize the mayor to sign and purchase and sale agreement of $650,000 from the lodging tax fund for property located at 37 and 81 Norling Lane, contingent on the city obtaining a conditional use permit from Chelan County for the use of the property as a parking lot.
Second.
Moved by Zeke, seconded by Shane. Any other questions? Yeah. Yeah, come on up.
For you. Looking at me or you?
I don't know. I didn't use this.
Ron Duncan, 224 Cascade. So, the neighbors, have they been consulted on whether they're gonna fight this or not? A parking lot on those lots?
No, the neighbors have not been approached. What I can say is that two of the properties are short-term rentals. One is on the market and the other is a second home.
Is there a follow-up question, Ron? Don't leave us hanging. What?
Oh, no,
The neighbors will find out through the public notice.
That's a
Question.
good consider.
With the CUP.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing, Ron. With a conditional use permit, there will be hearing before the hearing examiner, so they would have an ample opportunity.
Right.
They have to be public noticed about that.
Yeah.
Person selling the house. You're being.
All right. Any other questions? All those in favor, let me see your hands. Passes unanimously. And that concludes our action items, council reports, Sharon.
Okay, committee, let's see, what else did we? On the 16th of December, I attended the Chelan Douglas Health Department meeting via Zoom. On the 17th, that same day, evening, the mosquito board, and mainly we talked about budget for, budgeting like we're doing now at the end of the time. On the 17th, I attended the special city council meeting where we discussed the utility rate study. On the 19th of December, I attended the Upper Valley Historical Society meeting. And then in January this month, on the 6th, we started the walking program in the fest hall, and it's going gangbusters. Couple of days, there wasn't any parking on the street anymore. They had to go around in the fest hall. We had, I think, 33 people on both of those days, which if they're all there at the same time is a kind of a crowd, so it's good we have 2 hours. On the 10th, I turned in my city reimbursement paperwork, and I thank Crystal and Chantel for helping me for Chantel. And on the 8th, I attended the Women's Exchange Luncheon, and our speaker was a Wenatchee retired judge, Chip Small, which some of you might know, hopefully not from the other side of, because that's.
I actually know him from the other side.
You do?
Yeah.
I remember that, okay. And right now he's writing a trilogy of 3 books, and he just finished his first one on the 8th. I also was a judge myself, along with Carl and Zeke and who else is there? Selby and Clint. And I think that's the best. I've done this for years, and I think that was the best one I've ever seen, when the kids were just like, I felt totally prepared for it. And our last group, with 3 young men, was, they read their notes. And then we asked questions after that. They knew the whole thing. I'm not sure why they read their note, because they knew it. So I thought that was just cool to see. And then I attended the PRSA meeting, which Shane and Travis are on the board, so I think you'll hear their presentations. Thank you for listening.
Go ahead. On the 8th, I attended the Project Citizen judging as well. Super impressive group of kids. Good to see the work that they put into everything. It's fun to see the youth at work. It's great. Nothing more to report at this time.
Yeah.
No report. My committees are after this meeting. There is a parking committee meeting this Thursday.
Yeah, it's Thursday. All right.
Attended the December meeting of the Housing Advisory Committee. We have come up with several initiatives that we'd like to take on this year. One of them was writing an RF. This is just to kind of get things rolling. An RFP for what we wanted in a possibly affordable housing project. So we're gonna talk about that this coming month. Another one was to identify city buildable land that could function as possibly supporting affordable housing. And another initiative was to organize a community connection development, actually a kind of a summit to discuss issues of affordable housing with local players that have, types that land developers, including Tom Lynn, and get them in the same room and talk with them. So pretty high initiative kind of thing, but I think we got off to some pretty good starts there. So, and Maggie's going to join us this month also. So we're going to have some great discussion on just what can we do this year with affordable housing from our little committee. I also attended the Citizens Project presentation, just to recommend that, as you've already heard, if you ever get a chance and Malia calls you up, say yes, because it's a great experience. Just connecting with high school kids, letting them make their presentation about what they've done a lot of work on. They're pretty dang eloquent and informative, and you'll learn something. So it was, I'd say, a powerful experience. The last thing I did was I attended the Dia de los Reyes events, the first weekend of January, which celebrates in the Latina community, celebrates the coming of the Three Kings. And it's a huge festival in Mexico. So they had a bigger crowd than this year, and well worth the time. So that's my report.
I attended the PRSA meeting last week on Thursday. Hannah Biener presented from TRED on sustainable funding and management of outdoor recreation. It was kind of a modified presentation that she gave to the council last year. We elected Shannon Lemons as secretary, Travis McMaster as vice chair, and me as chair. Yeah. Chairman Shane.
You've been the chair the whole year.
No. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Happy.
Well chosen, Jim.
Congratulations, Chairman.
Thank you. I will be attending a meeting with the Upper Valley Aquatic Boosters this Thursday. this isn't city related, but on December 21st, I worked on the events crew up at Mission Ridge, and they had a Christmas on the Mountain event, and I got to be Santa, so I got to take pictures with all the kids and
That's
and
awesome.
families and dressed as Santa.
Did it hurt ripping off the white mustard or white?
No, but I was asking, I was like, so when was the last time this was washed? Yeah. Yeah.
You.
Cause I think I felt like I got a little sick after.
Did you watch it?
No, I mean, they.
Say, okay, I'll watch it. But
No. That's the end of my report.
Nicely done.
Happy with that.
I met the mayor for a pint. And I encouraged, there were about 4 people that attended, which was nice. I think it varies, right?
Right.
One
What'd you
to,
have?
what's that?
Yeah, what did you have? What did you have?
What did I have? Well, I wrote down that I met the mayor for a pint, but I don't really have any recollection of these stimulating conversations. I had good conversation. I think.
No, what beer do you have?
What beer? What beer?
He doesn't remember.
It was the JJ Stanford Stout that blew it.
Okay.
The new, yeah, seasonal stout time.
You ended up having a conversation with one of the others that were there.
I know, I had a good conversation. I only had one pint that was fine, but I don't remember what it was. It was like December.
It's Germantown, it's okay.
It's okay, yeah, I'm not apologizing. I attended the Leavenworth Worth Area Promotions meeting. A lot of good information, a lot of data. We get a lot from Troy with the council report. One thing I did note was, and my son attended Fort Lewis College in Durango. And Durango, Colorado has passed a law to split lodging tax 50-50 with Visit Durango for workforce housing. Just FYI.
Wow.
A mountain town in the Rockies, so not too dissimilar to Leavenworth. Something to follow. And then I attended the parking committee. One of the highlights was that we added 4 more ADA stalls near Front Street.
Nice.
So it's one of those, like, we are listening, right, to concerns, and that was come up. I think people to the podium and mentioned that there weren't enough ADA stalls, and understanding that, you know, you can park anywhere, but also there are designated 4 ADA stalls right near Front Street. So kudos to them. And we added more spots. We removed. I want to get a better understanding of this in the next few years as we add more spots. We've added a lot this past year, understanding that Front Street had 207 spots that were removed to create a pedestrian.
120.
120, okay. So I believe we've added. This was a note I need to email Kara, just trying to get an understanding of how many we add this.
There's 103 at Glacier, but remember that's just formalizing parking that already existed.
Right.
22 new ones at Blue Annex.
Right, yep.
And then
Across the street,
I think
Horseshoe.
55 at the Horseshoe Lake.
So I guess I want to create this understanding with a lot, the people out there that feel like we took a lot of parking away from Front Street and understand parking. I believe parking is convenience, right? If you go to a restaurant, you can pay to have your car valeted up front for $15, or you can walk a couple blocks. It's convenience. It's convenience. And so I understand convenience may have been taken away from some of that parking on Front Street, but we've replaced those lost slots is what I'm trying to get at. And I think
Those lost, yeah.
right. And that's kind of the idea. And adding the ADA spots near Front Street, we're really working towards this, bettering the parking for downtown, for our guests and our community members. Attended the PRSA. Shane pretty much explained all that. We did spend a good amount of time trying to define our chump stick representative and what that means. The PRSA is not just Leavenworth, right? It's the Cascade School District essentially, and there are representatives from each of those components. And in our is it our bylaws? Right, bylaw?
In our local agreement.
Interlocal agreement, we have to have a representative from the Chumstick community, a representative of the community of the Chumstick Community Council. Well, Chumstick doesn't have a community council anymore. And so it's kind of this, we're just going through the process of defining that, working with the attorney and trying to see how much language we have to move around, because the way it's defined in the appendix is tied to
Property tax.
property
collection.
taxes. So if we change the first part, and that refers to the appendix A, where property taxes, it has to go back to the ballot. So it's kind of this trying to work through.
You wanna do that. Right, we're trying to figure out.
Want to get it right. Yeah, so without going back to the ballot. Anyway.
The
that's-
intent is to possibly change that seat to an at-large seat.
Right, sorry, follow through with
Rather
that. You're
than
right.
being just specific to the Chumstick.
Which we now have Shannon Lemons, who lives, her driveway goes out into the Chumstick, so we are checking that box. What an amazing person, like it's a win-win, right?
Right.
So I'm happy to have her. It was her first meeting, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Right, I was given a tour of the Upper Valley Mend facilities and all their operations by Caitlin, and that was very eye-opening. It's great to see all that they do, even though I've already been involved with them before, not to that level, so it was really fun. And other than that, I did reach out to several of the people who were signatory on the Pine Street racetrack letter. Just to kind of, I didn't want to ignore it. I know it hasn't been ignored, but I wanted to just see for myself kind of if all the neighbors realized what they were signing and if they agreed. And that was good to talk to them. What I determined is I think that Commercial Street between Division and 14th is worse. So you're going to be seeing a letter from Travis and I shortly.
I think it is probably worse. It's not that bad.
No, that was good to talk to some of them and
What were the takeaways from having those neighbor conversations?
well, I thought the mayor's response letter was very thorough and a side note, that was really great. I thought that was nice to address that. And they didn't necessarily, well, they did not agree. They didn't realize that was going to be attached to that letter. That was just and some of them felt like it was a little coerced. While they were gardening, they kind of got approached and were like, hey, sign this. And they didn't really realize what that was going to be utilized. But they all appreciated it. Yes, people do sometimes drive too fast and, when somebody revs their engine, that it's loud and
in your front yard.
It's good. It's given me a chance to talk to my 15-year-old who's now driving. When he gets in my old Ford truck, I said, you know what that does when you hit the gas, this truck is loud. And you're going to have your grandma and grandpa who live on Titus, who also think that everybody races on Titus. I said, that's why they think so. And so, I understand. But
good move.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Mike.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate your reaching out and doing that. Yeah, I wrote that response because the impression was we haven't done any.
Right.
And just simply, we've done more to address that and tried to address that than any other spot in this town, basically.
Yeah.
So I just needed to,
I thought your response was really well crafted.
Yeah, same.
In response to a
Thank
letter
you.
that seemed a little disingenuous.
Pardon?
It was a very respectful, very detailed response to a letter that I thought was a little bit disingenuous.
Right.
Yeah, so, but it was, yeah. I felt good about the response as well. I just, I don't mind criticism, but, if it's done in respect and some kind of, open, but yeah, it seemed kind of like a low blow is what it felt like, but, but anyway, to move on, just basically my report is just next week, I'm gonna be taking a first of probably 2 or 3 during this legislative session, trips to Olympia. Our Blake, who is working with us, is lining up folks for me to visit to try to get this legislation now going towards getting what is that magic, and that is some funding that we can significantly deal with our housing issues. So it's gonna happen sometime. It's gonna happen because the momentum's building, the crisis is building. So it's getting an easier and easier sell. It's just politics gets in the way, but
Are they considering maybe the same sort of bill structure or something? entirely
there's some
different?
there will be several housing bills, including, again, one on short-term rentals, again, that was last time. The governor's proposing a new one, which would be a rebate for affordable housing on all sales tax, on materials and labor. So significant subsidy for affordable housing. And that would be split between the developers and the communities in which it's done. That would then go into funding more affordable. So it could be, it's again, one of those, they're looking again for, they want to make significant, the governor-elect wants to make significant progress in a backlog of housing need, and you're not going to do it without more funding, period. I mean, you can't put enough. I mean, they do make significant dollars into the housing trust fund, but to gain more, I mean, we keep putting more in, but inflation and things and the cost of things, it just keeps going up. We're not getting more units for that increase in dollar, and without new funding streams, it's just, we're not going to get there. So they're looking, and I'm hopeful that we can.
It just didn't get through finance last year. It got passed, but it didn't
It
get
got
through
through
finance.
everything. It got through everything except the final vote in the House.
Wouldn't schedule it for a vote.
They wouldn't allow it to come out of the last committee, which was the Rules Committee. It passed all the other committees. Yep. But we'll get there.
How does the multifamily tax exemption program work?
Multifamily?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
So if you get a bunch of houses built by, and they're affordable housing.
that's that multifamily tax exemption is the one that we passed, but nobody's using, and I don't know that they would use. The other thing that they're going to significantly tie is this. It's called a CHIP program, but it links the infrastructure to affordable housing. And for the first time, that was always for multifamily. Now they're going to be looking to expand that into home ownership as well. So again, provide infrastructure for a project in exchange for some of that project's units being permanently affordable. So again, it would be a classic use of if they can pull off the cottage housing that's being talked about, on Wynn's property out Riverbend. And doing a cottage housing project there, be great to be able to use some of the CHIP dollars and get some of those set aside into permanently affordable. So we'll get there sooner or later, or my head will just finally split open. Backing it against the wall. Somebody.
Thanks, Mayor. Council, I sent you an update on Friday, so I don't have a ton. Are you guys finding those useful? Are you reading that?
Yes.
Very much.
Great.
Appreciate that.
They're
So
great.
do take some time to put together, so just make sure that.
Keep doing it.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you.
So beyond that, after I sent out that update, the mayor and I sat down with the president and vice president of the Leavenworth Golf Club and worked out the last issue that we had with that lease arrangement. And so I asked our attorney to develop a clean copy. And if I get that tomorrow, or if I get it by Friday, it'll be on your agenda for the 28th.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Has there been any update on the vandal?
No update. We did send a cost estimate of the repairs to the sheriff today, or was it yesterday? But we haven't had an update.
That helps them determine what level of
Charge him with.
Right.
to charge them with.
But they have contacted, or I know they've identified him, but.
They've identified him. I don't know. The mayor has the most recent update.
So, I mean, the sheriff would love to bring him back. It's right now, it's in the hands of the prosecuting attorney for Chelan County and for Texas, because it would require to have an extradition, because he's probably not gonna come on his own. And
Hard and feathered.
And so it's up to those two to determine whether there's enough
Right.
to go through. That's an expensive process.
Right.
And time consuming, and whether they want to do it for, the sheriff thinks they should because it is such a high visible,
Yeah.
occurrence, even though it wasn't life threatening or, anything to somebody.
I guess my question would be, if they're not gonna prosecute for this, then what would they prosecute for?
Right. Right.
Well,
It kind of sends an interesting message.
It does send a message.
well,
They're the prosecutor, they just gotta get them here.
they gotta get them here. That's the extradition. It's not, so
I know,
the
but they have,
bottom
they
line
have
is,
to have the
the line
will
is,
to push on Texas.
but
right?
the bottom line is he will have a warrant out for his arrest. So he won't be able to return into the county,
Right.
without facing arrest. And it's gonna stay on his record
Right.
as a warrant out for his arrest. So it's probably, he's not gonna get off the hook.
Right.
My guess is Toyota, who was his employer, is no longer his employer, because that was their vehicle that he did it with.
So there was some repercussions. Good.
So I think there's repercussions regardless, of whether it's, but like I said, the sheriff would like him to have to, be prosecuted.
The bounty hunter.
It's not in the sheriff's hands, it's really in the prosecutor.
Yeah.
So that's the update.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure, it's internship effort.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
It's been a while since we see each other. I got a few items here. As you know, the budget went live and I sent you the links to that, and just wanted to give a shout out to Kara. She's been putting blasts out to the public to go check it out as well. If you have any questions or you need help with it, please, give me a call. We'll be closing December 2024 this Friday. I do not anticipate, because this Friday is the deadline for your next council meeting packet. So I do not anticipate having my finance report for December ready by Friday. If I can slip it in before she actually does and gets it out, which is normally around Tuesday or Wednesday the following week, then maybe you'll see it. If not, we'll shoot it out to you electronically, just so you have it ahead of time. But it will be part of the next meeting in January. Thought you might be interested to know how bad has the complaints been for the utility rate increases? My personal opinion. Couple.
Okay. There's any bill yet, though.
What sort of demographics are complaining?
2 residents complained about $2.70 increase, and they both reached out via email.
Retired?
One.
Okay.
For sure.
They already received their bill?
They did get their bill.
Partial, the tier wasn't on it. The tier rate was-
Right.
Yeah.
The new base rate.
There were base rates, right? So the bill went up $2.70 on both of those residential ones. They had lots of comments, lots of questions. I replied to both. No response back from my emails, which is fine. A couple complaints at the counter, the general ones that we get. And commercial, they're just coming in, writing their checks as they normally do, and some are pretty significant increases.
No one's dropping the bag.
Thousands of
I think
dollars
it's-
in increases.
I think it's horrible,
What's that?
I think it's horrible. There's your second commercial complaint.
Okay, all right.
I'm just kidding.
No one's dropping bags of pennies yet?
No,
This is being
didn't
recorded
get that
for
one.
Ideas.
Not this time. The last one is, just an update with where we're at in regard to when we pulled out of the rate and fee schedule, the special rate for the pool and the school district. So I wanted to do a little research with my team, make sure those were the only two. There is one third one, so we will definitely explore this a little bit further. Sylvia and I have a meeting scheduled next week with Tracy Adu with the school district, so we'll be meeting with them to talk about that and just figure out what is the best path forward for us to bring to you as a resolution. My goal is to bring you an update at your February study session. And then hopefully by March, we'll have that figured out, whether it's a new resolution to isolate these or contracts, which contracts aren't feeling right.
Right.
Because the pool one would be a contract
With.
to the city from the city.
Yeah, right.
It's just kind of
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
So we haven't quite hammered that one out, but we'll get there.
Thanks, Chantel.
Thanks, Chantel.
All right, I'll try to be quick. I'm working on end of year reporting and you'll have that in your packets that for the next meeting from my department. We had a hearing with the planning commission on manufactured home siding and design standards at our last meeting, so that'll be coming to you for review here soon for the first touch. Our Valley, Our Future, Wenatchee Chamber of Commerce are hosting a regional housing summit, February 6th at Ida's Market. There's a $10 registration fee, but if anyone's interested, I know I talked to Sharon a little bit about it, but it should be pretty cool. Looking at how we can increase density in our neighborhoods respectfully. And so density is the hot topic for the whole region, so I'm excited. Those of you that don't attend, I will share with you what I learned. We have a public hearing next Friday for a conditional use permit for a B&B on Evans Street next week. We have 2 other B&B applications that we're processing as well. I'm meeting with the Board of County Commissioners next Tuesday to discuss adoption of some of our codes that they have concerns with. And hopefully come to a resolution with that. That's all I have.
Thanks, Maggie.
Andy?
I'll try to keep it quick too. We have an interim CIP manager who started.
Andy, could you just speak a little louder?
Yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm half asleep over here. Bedtime was hours ago. We have an interim CIP manager who started on the 30th, Kit Kocha. So she is here for 6 months with the option to extend for up to a year, which has been huge. We have a signed offer letter back, so we have hired a facility maintenance worker. He starts on
The 17th.
the 27th.
27th.
January 27th.
27th.
And then we still have 2 vacant positions, one for the mechanic and one for our wastewater treatment plant supervisor that we're currently going through the process with. It's probably not there. Oh, did I? Oh, not yet. That one's out. Yeah, but getting. Really quick on the rate and fee structure, I did want to let you know, we did have a couple questions from people who were on a construction rate. That was that unique reduced base rate we had. So we ended up writing an internal policy. We do have in the rate and fee structure that there's a $75 meter turn-off charge. So that's how we're handling people. For example, there's a vacant lot that has stub utilities, but they demolished the house. And they've been paying the construction base rate since 2017. So with that one, we went ahead and allowed them to pay the charge to turn off the meter. And so really the idea there is if there's no water available to your property, you're not getting charged. So that was a clean way that we kind of revised that.
Right.
So it's consistent with rate fee structure, but makes sense for people in the community.
Yeah.
And then the last one, I'm gonna share my screen really quickly. I sit on the technical advisory committee for the CBTC, Chelan Douglas Transportation Council. And as part of that, I'm also on the technical advisory committee for the regional pathways plan.
Yes.
And it's been really cool. We made a lot of progress together. The consultant has done so much work, but looking at the pathway from Leavenworth to Wenatchee. And most specifically, the area that I think that it would make sense long-term for Leavenworth to take the lead on is from Leavenworth to Shaston. And so super quickly, I'm just really excited. I did want to just briefly show you the alignment. So we are looking at, this would be a separated bike, like I can't remember if it's a 12 or 14-foot wide paved pathway that's separated by at least 5 feet from the highway. And we would extend, from the Leavenworth, sorry, it's not from the Leavenworth Park and Ride that's spread across from the P1 lawn, on the highway.
P1 is,
Asgard.
Asgard, sorry.
yeah, got
So the park and ride that's right in town, we would
it.
build the path along the highway, all the way from that location, down the highway, and then, gosh, I just have this pulled up, but in this location, right here, this is right near Praise,
Yeah.
or,
Smallwoods.
my brain's not working, I'm sorry, small ones. We would have a pedestrian bridge that crosses the river and connects into the Shaston Mill site. And it would
Wow.
ultimately be a way for us to get kids down to school and kids from Shaston back up to Leavenworth.
Where the Alpine
Fitness to
work out.
By bike.
Yeah.
That'd
Yeah.
be sweet.
So-
That's super cool.
I'm so excited. I've been thinking about this a lot. Funding opportunities because our school district does expand, like span that whole area. And there are intentionally kids from Shaston that go to school in Leavenworth and vice versa.
Yeah.
I think this could be the easiest segment to fund as we get into it. So I just wanted to share that.
That's a cool division, diversion with the bridge. I've ridden my bike once to go to Alpine Fitness to work out. And I was brushed and rolled coal on. I'm like, cool, I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really scary.
I'm like, really, man?
I think this is a really
Yeah.
cool thing to look at, and part of this, there's quite a few different alignments we looked at, but this one is primarily all within either right of way or publicly owned property. And
Yeah.
so that way the property acquisition wouldn't be the hang up.
Yeah.
Can we do that as a part, as a building piece on our own? I mean, on our own as a part of this? I mean, if you spearhead this and you get ramped up on it, they're like, look, Leavenworth's well ahead of everybody else. Like, do that piece first and put money towards us. Is that how you see this going?
That's how I personally see it going, but part of that pathways plan is really having an interlocal agreement for the long-term maintenance of the pathway and all those things, so that's still getting sorted out as part of the work the consultants do.
Yeah.
More than anything, I just want to share with you, this is the piece that feels the most near term.
It's awesome.
That would get constructed versus like the 20-year horizon.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's not gonna remember.
Pretty cool.
Bar and wider.
Love it.
All right. We are ready for.
I move to adjourn.
Good night, Rovers and wine.
All in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
You can spectate.
You were wrong. It's not 10:30.
It's the reverse jinx.
Totally
wrong. I guess
Opinion
it's
about lodging tax.
Right in the nose.
We're second.